We are on live.
We're fighting. Look.
We are back, people. We're gonna
Yes, the only stream to watch right here. The only one.
Yes. And of course, we're the Movie Busters. This is episode 18, Friday 13th franchise, the Paramount era, 1 through 8. And of course,
buddy.
I'm Jimbo, the dead fuck. Teddy Bear got
this dead fuck over here doesn't know there's no Betty.
Teddy Bear thinks he's the coolest person ever.
See this dead fuck? Fuck, I can't prove it.
I can't do that.
Damn it! This dead fuck over here. This dead fuck over here thinks there's a fucking Betty, and the computer don't lie. He's a dead fuck.
There is a Betty. We talked to her today.
Dead fuck.
And I am white, the white Reggie the Reckless. I have a brother named Demon, and he goes like this. Ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh. Anyway,
he eats too many enchiladas. We're not joined by Dan, who is with us most of the time.
Yeah,
just in spirit. You know, he might even join the chat. Who knows? You know.
Yeah, he's not really big on the Friday 13th films, but he still watches. He's seen most of them.
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
but we'll be back when we move on to a different series. So
yeah,
we'll return, people. But just the three of us tonight, and we got 4 people watching. Cool.
Heck yeah! Heck yeah, man!
Yeah.
How can you tell who's watching? I can't see it on my end. I guess you only can.
Right there. Well, in my screen at least, it shows.
Yeah, all I see is the live button. I don't see like a number.
Like you always go to my YouTube channel and look at it yourself. Right?
Yes, if you're YouTube, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So let's start. We're gonna start, of course, with the first Friday 13th. You see, we're gonna do the shows like this now.
And
that's cool.
Yes.
Look at that beauty.
It
is awesome. The silhouette, knife.
In case you guys are wondering who's watching this, this is the old From Crystal Lake to Manhattan box set.
That's an awesome set, yeah.
With it's 2 movies per disc, so part 1 and part 2 are both on this one. Just like how part 3 and 4 are, part 5 and 6 are, and part 7 and 8 are. So no features on these, but talking about the first one, there's Mrs. Voorhees right there. And of course, we got this beautiful poster, which is even more better than this cover itself, but I figured I'd show that.
Yes.
Yeah, here's the original VHS, and then the back.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Kevin Bacon, looks like he's helping his compadre out of the water.
And you also have the son of Bing Crosby.
Yes.
Harry Crosby.
Yep.
Yeah. Who plays Bill? You know what's funny about the picture in the back of the VHS? I always thought like that scene. It was before I saw the movie. That scene, like I thought, like was Jason like attacked that dude in the water? That's what's going on over there? You know, it's funny. Like you used to see like pictures in the back of VHS. You're always wondering like, what's the context of that scene? What's going on, man?
Mm-hmm.
You got a good cast. You got Betsy Palmer, you got Adrienne King, Janine Taylor, Robbie Morgan, Kevin Bacon, Harry Crosby, like he said, Mark Nelson. There's some.
Oh, and don't forget Walt Gorney.
Well, yeah,
that's crazy. Yep.
You're doomed. You're
doomed. I was about to say Crazy Joe, Crazy Ralph. Sorry.
Crazy Ralph.
Yes. The messenger of God, as he like to put it.
This is what comes in the Blu-ray tin right here. You get this band right here. It says, "You're all doomed." It says, "I told the others they didn't believe me."
Mm-hmm. Which
Pretty
is
cool.
The second one, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, this movie, of course, came out in 1980. 40 years ago. This is the 40th anniversary. That's why we're doing this, by the way. 40 years since this movie.
40-year anniversary of the franchise.
And of course, everyone knows because of the success of Halloween. We got Friday 13th. The next step in the slasher genre, subgenre, and was this the first Friday 13th movie you guys saw? And how would you react when you first saw it? Did you know?
No.
The first one.
It wasn't the first for me, by the way. No.
This was the first for me. Right. Friday 13th Part 3.
Friday 13th, the original was like the third I saw in order.
Yeah.
But Rob, you can go first. When did you see this one? Like, was it the third time?
Okay. Well, really quick, going back. So my first one was Part 3, and I remember going to Suncoast Video. I bought the movie on VHS, watched it, then I went back to get these two, 1 and 2, right?
Yes.
So then that Part 3 is what got me into the series, and then I watched Part 1 right after, when I first bought it, and that's when I was first introduced. So it's weird because if you watch Part 3 and then go to Part 1, it's like a completely different layout. Like the kills, like everything that happens in the movie, it's like it's a completely different. It just feels different. The first one, at least.
Right.
But I mean, are we going to spoil these or not? Are we going to spoil the movies?
Oh, yeah, this is spoilers about everybody who hasn't seen it for some reason. Go watch Friday 13th.
I know, but there are people that prefer not to. But
this is spoiler.
But I mean, if we're going to talk about experiences, like my experience with this is why I'm so in love with the franchise is because of each of these movies, the way they're so grounded. They're grounded in creative kills, and there's so much creativeness with these movies, I think. And the characters, I mean, hell, we don't have to like every character, but we know at least who the characters are. That's what I like about the series too. We know there are certain characters like you guys, Jimbo and Ted. Those characters are some of the most popular characters in horror movies alone, horror franchises. Yeah. I mean, how many people can you name from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre series? Like the whole entire series.
I can name
only really like the first two movies.
The Sawyer family.
Yeah, like I can give you some names. I can do Sally, Franklin.
That's it.
Yeah,
Sally,
but
Franklin,
I'm talking about like
Stretch.
Yeah.
You're talking about the victims, like the victim characters.
Just like all the characters in general, like even in the remake, like I don't even remember who Jessica Biel plays.
Aaron.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't remember all their names. I agree.
I remember. If I can give you like on the count of one hand some Chainsaw Massacre characters, I can say Sally and Franklin. You got Stretch, Lefty, Chop Top, Grandpa, the Hitchhiker. You also have.
Those are mainly from and like I said, like the first movie has probably the most notable ones, but when it comes to the entire series, I mean, Leatherface, or even the the prequel,
right?
Sheriff Hoyt.
Yeah.
So I know what you mean. Like, like overall in general, we do remember. I think
this franchise and the Elm Street franchise have like the most recognizable characters.
Yeah, Elm Street would be another one. Yeah, that'd be another one too.
Yeah, definitely.
But you know what? Honestly, you know what I really liked about the movie? I'm just going to give my overall thoughts. Friday 13th Part 1, what I liked about this movie is that the first time around when you see it, I love how you don't know who the killer is until the very end, and it kind of builds up. You see this person killing people. You're like, okay, who is it? Like, who is doing this? Who? And then all of a sudden, you know, like when Betsy Palmer shows up, like her character, you don't even see her at all. She just shows up, and I love that. Maybe the second time around it doesn't affect you as much, but when I first saw the movie, I'm like, wow, that is awesome. How you don't get to see her until the end.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this movie also has one of the most iconic finale deaths, other than H2O, with Adrienne King doing her thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So my experience with it was great. I don't know. Who else wants to go next? My experience was really good with it.
Thomas, you can go next. I'm sorry, Ted.
All right, Ted. All right, dead fuck.
Where's the corkscrew, Ted?
Yeah, I told you, the corkscrew. Where is it, man? For the fancy wine bottle. I thought that before.
Okay, so anyway, my experience with before I get into like my thoughts of the first movie, the first one I actually saw was the final chapter. That was the first one I saw. Mm-hmm. That was the part 4. That was the first one I saw, and I remember loving the look of Jason in that one, played by Ted White. The great. Yeah, I love the way that Jason looked in that. I really like, you know, Ted and Jimmy, and I like the other, like Tommy Jarvis and things like that.
When did you see the first one? Like, did you see the first one like right after or like a little bit later?
The first one was actually the 4th one I saw, because before that, I saw part 4 of the first. Then I saw, I want to say part 6 was my second one that I saw. Then I saw part 3 third, and then I saw the first one 4th. So I kind of went out of order like that. So, and I was so used to seeing, you know, Jason Voorhees in the movies, and when I got to the first one, I'm like, "Where's Jason?" Like Friday the 13th, like. But I had to take into account, like when I got older, I'm like, okay, you know, watching these from the beginning, I know this is the setup to Jason being in the later films. This is more about Pamela Voorhees' character, you know, Mrs. Voorhees being the killer. So I got to take that into account. So when I got older, I watched like the whole marathon from part 1 all the way until the very end to the remake. So I took everything into account and didn't watch them out of order. And my experience with the first movie is great. I think this is like one of the most iconic slashers ever. Really started another big boom in the slasher genre, because you had films like Chainsaw Massacre, Black Christmas, and Halloween. But this really, you know, spawned a lot of other non-franchise slash films, whether it be, you know, My Bloody Valentine or Maniac, or, you know, Alone in the Dark from 1982, or, you know, I mean, there's so many other ones in there too. The Prowler. I mean, a lot of other slashers, you know, kind of were inspired by Friday the 13th, because this was really a big one because it became such a big franchise.
Violence.
Yeah.
The kills.
Yeah, and the first movie, my experience, like I said, is great. When I watched this when I was older, you know, I liked it when I first saw it, but I didn't like it as much because I was so used to Jason. But when I got older, I respect it for what it is, and I really liked it a lot more now that I'm older. I respect the film for what it is. I think it's a pretty good mystery. Because I remember, like, when I first saw this film, I was thinking that, like, the hitchhiker that you see in the beginning of the film is going to be, like, the main character. Like, when I first saw the film, I'm like, oh, like, she's, like, the first character that you see in the movie and things like that. And it's like, well, she must be the lead. And then when she gets killed, I'm like, oh, shit, I didn't see that coming.
Right, yeah.
And then you're introduced, you know, to, you know, Adrienne King as Alice. You have Kevin Bacon, Harry Crosby, Janine Taylor, all these camp counselors opening up Camp Crystal Lake. And, you know, just, you know, such a great movie. You know, really love the musical score by Harry Manfredini. Great musical score. And like Rob said before, the iconic finale where Miss Voorhees gets her head chopped off. So satisfying. Great. I love it. And I'll talk about it too. It's so well shot because it's all in slow-mo, and just like Betsy Palmer's reaction, and when the machete comes out and you see her head just gets chopped off in slow-mo and it falls to the ground. Her body falls to the ground. It's a great looking shot. And of course, who can't forget one of the last shots of the film? She's in the boat and the kid Jason comes up, grabs her, and you have that really quick Google score, and she gets pulled under. She wakes up in the hospital, and it was all a dream. And like I said before, and on top of that too, has one of the best kills in the whole movie is Kevin Bacon's death in the bed when he gets the arrow through the neck and it just pokes out of his neck. You see just blood spurting everywhere. And apparently, I saw the unrated cut, and it's a lot more gorier. It's more a few seconds longer, which I like that. And on top of that too, I feel like I know Kevin Bacon, from what I heard, doesn't like talking about this film, which I don't understand why. I mean, granted, Kevin Bacon, on top of that too, you probably don't even know about this about Kevin Bacon, but he is from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
He was born in Philadelphia, yep. Ironically enough. And, this really got Kevin Bacon a lot of really big roles. I mean, he went on to do like Flatliners and Tremors and Hollow Man. He got a few good men. I mean, he got so many good roles after this. I'm sure, and on top of that too, there's nothing to be ashamed about talking about this because it's a big franchise. It's loved by many horror fans across the community. I mean, and it's if people think about like the top franchise of horror, I think many people would consider this like the top franchise they think of when it comes to horror movies. And I think it's such a great movie. I really like the character of Alice. She's one of my favorite final girls in the Jason franchise. She's up there. Love the character of Alice. And of course, you can't forget Crazy Ralph, Walt Gorney, such a legendary character. Love Walt Gorney. I miss the guy a lot. Same thing with, we'll get to that in like some other films of the franchise. People are with us anymore, but we'll get to that. But yeah, this film is fantastic. It's a great slasher. It's one of the best like slashers taking place at a camp. And this was really Sean S. Cunningham's baby. This was his child. I mean, he created the franchise and things like that. And Sean S. Cunningham had a hand in producing almost every single Jason film. I think he had a hand in producing.
Not till Jason Goes to Hell.
Didn't he? I think he had a hand in Jason X too.
He had nothing to do with 2 through 8, really.
I could have swore he had a part in producing Jason X.
Not really. Oh, Jason X, yeah, but I'm talking about like from Jason. Like he didn't come back to the producing till Jason Goes to Hell, and then on.
I'm sure he has something to do with Freddy vs. Jason too.
Yeah, he did. I'm just saying, like, people in the 80s, he didn't.
Yeah, and Sean S. Cunningham before.
Sorry, so you meant like the ones that have Jason in the title, like Jason Goes to Hell, Jason X.
Well, yeah, I know he had a hand in producing like all the Paramount films, but like I know he had a hand in producing some of the New Line cinema.
The New Line, yeah.
Yeah, he had like Freddy vs. Jason. He had a hand in producing things like that. And before this, though, Sean S. Cunningham, I believe, worked on The Last House on the Left with Wes Craven. I believe he worked.
He co-wrote wrote the film.
Yeah, that's why he wanted this film to be different from that.
Mm-hmm. And I think, and of course, you had Victor Miller as one of the credits on there as well. I mean, you have a great list of people behind this: Victor Miller, Sean S. Cunningham, Harry Manfredini. You have such a great
Tom Savini.
Tom Savini as the special effects. I mean, I can't really tell you like my favorite death in the film. It's probably Kevin Bacon's death with the arrow, because I think that's probably my favorite death, other than Miss Voorhees getting her head chopped off. And I love the death where the girl gets the axe to the face. You see and it's a great looking shot too, where you see the silhouette of the axe going up like this.
Yep.
And it just goes down like this. You see like the light move on the ceiling, and like the aftermath of her face being like sliced by the axe. And I mean, I can go on and on about the first movie, but the first movie is great. I love this film. Even though it doesn't have Jason in the movie, it still is a great slasher. And I had a great time revisiting, because I rewatched all these films again right before we did the stream, just to revisit these films again. And they get better and better every single time I see these. So I definitely give the first movie a thumbs up. It's definitely a great installment. It's a great start to the franchise.
Yeah.
Really quick. There's a couple things I wanted to say. Adrienne King. The reason I prefer her over Amy Steele is I really like Amy Steele. Don't get me wrong. I loved her in the second movie. And the thing I like about Adrienne King is that in this movie, you get to see her change. You know, she's kind of quiet, kind of conservative a little bit. Then at the end of the movie, when she's being stalked by Mrs. Voorhees, you see her totally like go into survival mode. You see her. I mean, let's just put it all on the table. She caused the series of events that are going to be happening in the sequels. Because of her, this is why Jason is starting his rampage. So obviously, she pushed a button in Jason. Honestly, I think she is like the best final girl. And I mean, I know her thing that happened in part 2 is because of her. You know, we'll get to that in part 2. But
yeah, it's
Yeah.
I like how you see her running from Miss Voorhees. Then all of a sudden she's like, screw it. She just gets the machete and she's just like, screw this, and she chops her head off.
Yeah.
That to me is like the perfect example of somebody in survival mode. You know, someone who's different, and then says, you know what, I'm gonna stand up. I'm not gonna take their shit no more. I'm gonna do my thing. And can we just say that? Can we just say that Betsy Palmer? God, the woman is terrifying. That scene where she's chasing Alice in the pantry, and she's looking for her in the pantry, and then when she gets a hold of her, she starts smacking her, and like Alice is throwing shit at her, and she's just blocking it, just like boom, boom. I'm like, dude, this woman is nuts.
Yeah.
He's enforcing.
Yeah.
I thought Annie Wilkes was nuts.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That cock of duty.
I mean, God, that was just a brilliant performance. That to me that's why this movie's so good. It is so good. That's all I wanted to say. I forgot to say that.
Yeah, definitely that one. Before I go, I do want to mention, yes, Chucky Doll and Fork 84 have been commenting.
I've been.
Yeah, Fork 84 says nice shades, Reggie. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah.
I just had a taco from my brother Demon.
Uh-oh. Not good.
I might have to go to the shitter here pretty quick.
Yeah, shit box. But yeah, just like you guys, this was not the first one I saw. I want to say like the third one I saw. I saw them all like crazy, like out of order. But yeah, the first one actually, you guys mentioned, what was the first one you guys saw? The first one I saw was part 7, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the way I was
That's a very cool one. I mean,
yeah, the way I was introduced to Jason was the King Otter Jason, which I guess that's also why.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not a bad way to start out.
I mean, he is my favorite Jason, but we'll get to that.
He's definitely my favorite.
Yeah, and I also want to ask you guys a question, since I mean, I said, like, I already knew Mrs. Voorhees was the killer in this one. Thank you, Scream, for spoiling it. Yeah, yeah. And but at the same time, that jump scare at the end where Jason comes out of the water, like that got me.
Yeah, Martin Freeman. Yep.
Yeah, I wanted to like ask you guys, did that part get you when you first saw it?
Yes,
it did.
The music and the stillness of when she's sitting there in the boat, and then all of a sudden it's almost like a happy ending, and then all of a sudden he out of nowhere just comes up. Yeah, that was. Yeah. I mean,
and it's shot like it's about to end. Like you're about to see like the credits roll. Like, oh, that's it. You know, happy day. You know, it's all over.
Yeah.
Oh, so Jason.
I'll tell you what. You know what scene actually makes the hair stand up on my arm is when she's in the hospital and he's like, "Man, we didn't find any boy," and she's like, "He's still there." That part, oh my God, the hair stand up.
And then it cuts back to the lake and you see something is under the water, like.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He's still down there waiting.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So I actually I was freaked out. I was scared by the movie when I first saw it because it was very different from like part 7 and Jason X, which those are the two I saw before this. Very different, like, you know. the mood, the tone, the atmosphere, the way it was shot, and the music. But like I said, by Harry Manfredini was great, and
Oh, that's fantastic.
like the
Fantastic.
whole thing of the movie, man. Oh, it's still creepy, man. It's just with the shot of the moon, all you hear is just like the woods, like crickets and thing, and then you hear the counselors singing. Like it's a kind of eerie way to open.
Yeah.
Of course, you get the two counselors that get killed by the killer.
The movie changed the slasher genre. I mean,
It did.
it's like when I talk about creative kills, no other slasher before this really did that. I mean, Halloween didn't.
Yeah, I upped the ante on
Texas Chainsaw Massacre didn't do that either.
the way
No, exactly.
it brought something new to the genre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why people love it so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You gotta do. And that was the goal they went for, and it worked. But yeah, I mean, like you guys said, Bessie Palmer, she's great. What I love about her performance, she's only in the movie for the last 20 minutes. Yeah,
She's great.
How she comes in the movie, she's acting all nice, like she's trying to help Alice. You think, oh yeah, nice lady, right? She's trying to help, and all of a sudden, like she's like, oh no, they shouldn't ever open this place. And then she starts talking about Jason, and like, oh, he was my son. And you're thinking, slowly going like, wait a minute, something wrong. And she performed so well, man. I mean,
you almost feel like she did a justice.
Yeah,
you almost feel like she did the right thing because
she believes. You actually believe that she believes that she did the right thing. Yeah.
But she makes it seem like all the camp counselors are bad people, and she makes you think that because you're like, oh, if those camp counselors would have been paying attention, Jason would be alive right now.
Yeah. And that's what happened. Because Jason, she mentions was her only child, and probably the only person that she cared for, the only person that cared for her, maybe.
Yeah.
And counselors weren't paying attention; they were making love, like she said.
We get to see a little bit of that in Freddy vs. Jason.
I'll get into that when we get to that movie. But the way it was just shot, like you see a little Jason a little bit drowning, like calling for his mom. That's kind of sad too. Like poor little boy couldn't swim, and people who she trusted watched him, and then they let him drown. They didn't pay attention, like she said.
What about the whole thing? Now, really quick, do you think Jason was possessing her?
No, I think she just went off the rails.
Because when she's like, killer, mommy, killer, it's like she's talking her conscience. It's like she's talking to him, but she's really not.
No, I think she's like, she in her mind, she's trying to justify that, oh, Jason will want this. Jason will want her to kill people.
Right. There's a lot of theories. There's a lot of theories that are going around that Jason was actually possessing her and telling her what to do. And
but it was all in her head. I always, the way it was shot and the way it was intended, it was like, okay, she's just that crazy that she's hearing herself in her head telling her that this is the right thing to do. Don't let her get away, Mom. I won't, Jason.
Kill her, mommy. Kill her.
Which is, it's when you say kill her, mommy, like that's the famous my mama. It's kill her.
Yeah, that's how it's really said. It's not chit.
That's the biggest misconception about the movie. Is like, oh, you think you're like there's a lot of misconceptions about this franchise, which is weird.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
it's not cheat. It's mom. And the killer is obviously not Jason. It's Mrs. Voorhees. She was the original, but Jason is the face of the franchise.
Here's another theory. Do you think Jason was dead when he returns, or do you think he was still alive? Because that's what the remake kind of made clear.
Yeah. Have you seen the documentaries and all that stuff? They say the intention was that he was dead. He drowned, and that's why Mrs. Voorhees went on to kill people. But sequels change, and now when you get to part 2, 3, and 4, you're thinking, okay, he never did drown. He should get lost. Right. And then everyone thought he was dead, and Mrs. Voorhees went crazy and killed people. That's why he was all grown up. He's not. He's not a ghost per se.
He's not a zombie. Well,
Because I mean, when part 4 happens, and then of course part 6, it's like in part 2 he's just human. He looks like he never died. He's just walking around like
2, 3, and 4. He's human.
Yeah. Even though he gets injured, quite a bit.
Yeah.
But,
he's strong human, but he's still human.
Right. Yeah. But that's what's cool about the first one, though. I mean, I'm glad that it started kind of an origin with his mother. Like that was a good starting off point.
Yeah, and like the kills. I mean, like they did so much with so little money. The movie didn't cost that much. It only cost like $500,000, which is a lot of money to us. But like I'm saying, like for a horror movie, that's very low budget, and like the mega effects with Tom Savini's crew, like they did a great job with the kills, the arrow through the throat, of course.
Mm-hmm.
How they did that,
Yeah.
he blew through a tube to squirt out the blood, and he blew too hard, and it squirted all over Kevin Bacon's mouth and face.
Yeah.
The beheading scene at the end. You said, they did it with a fake head and 2 toothpicks, holding it, which you can see in the more like HD clips of the movie and Blu-ray. You can see actual toothpicks, which is funny. But yeah, I mean, like you guys, like Reggie mentioned the final fight between Alice and Mrs. Voorhees. It's just like it's like slapping her. She's hitting her. She's like pushing her head in the sand at the lake. Yeah,
I know. It's that old lady's ruthless, man.
Yeah. She loves her son that much.
Well, yeah.
And the cast I liked. It's not my favorite cast, but I still like them. But everyone did a good job. There was a mystery to the movie, even though people consider this kind of a cheat now. Like, you don't see Mrs. Voorhees to the very end. Like, they should have shown her more. It is more of a done it. So like, but to be honest. Mm-hmm.
Well, you do see hands. And you do see legs and feet. So technically, I guess you would be seeing.
When people see that, I feel like when people complain about like how you don't see Miss Voorhees, they're kind of making it sound like that all the kills were done off screen and they weren't.
No, but I mean, like as a character, like we saw her like early in the movie at the diner, like that's Mrs. Voorhees, she's just
Here's the thing: this is one of those films that gets you the first time you watch it. Then when you watch it a second, third time, it's like I think that kind of rubs off a little bit because the surprise is spoiled. But that's why they went for that. But honestly, those people who complain about that, it's just like I don't think they like build up too much because that's what it was. It was build up.
Mm-hmm.
They're building up to reveal who the killer is.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like Scream did. Scream did the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but the difference is like with Scream, like all the suspects, like you see them throughout the movie.
Everybody's a suspect.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly,
Friday 13 does do that. Like you see, like Bill, Harry Crosby's character, he kind of looks suspicious at times when he kills the snake. That's it.
I thought Mr. Christie was actually the killer.
Yeah, Steve Christie he's gone for a lot of the movie, and then you saw like, he'll get killed. What's up with him?
Yeah.
He's the one who really wants to reopen the camp. What's up with that?
Yeah.
There's a little sexual tension between him and Alice. They have a thing there going on. Of course, Crazy Rob's also a suspect. Like what's up with him? Obsessed with the camp. Everybody's doomed. What's going on?
Yeah.
So that was all good stuff.
Yeah. I also wanted to say, rest in peace to Betsy Palmer.
Betsy Palmer.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, like no one's ever gonna play Mrs. Voorhees as great as her.
No.
Nope. Not even close.
Nah. And it's funny because like she only did the movie to pay for her new car. She needed a new car and she needed the money, so she accepted the role. And she didn't think it was gonna be that good or much of anything.
Well, she went on to become a legend, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think when you make a movie like this, you don't expect it to do this well. Like you don't expect it to have a fan following.
And it's cool that she later on started embracing the franchise. Which is cool. Yeah. Because a lot of times, sometimes the actors who dismiss whatever horror film they're in, they just keep it that way. They don't appreciate it.
Speaking of,
Kevin Bacon doesn't talk about this movie. It sucks. Why?
Well, here's the thing. Thomas brought up a thing. Kevin Bacon also doesn't talk a lot about Tremors. For a while there, he never talked about it. And then when that TV show was canceled, then it's like, people, you could tell he was back into Tremors because he did that TV show.
Right, yeah.
So that's the thing about, I think actors I think they're kind of embarrassed at first sometimes because whatever movies they're in, they don't want to talk about them. But then when there's like a fan following and people are really inspired, then they kind of say, oh, well, okay, maybe I should be nicer to the fans, or maybe I should embrace it a little bit more. I think Kevin Bacon's mind has changed. I think he does embrace the movie.
I think he might slowly, embrace it. Because there was him reuniting with Adrian King, and he seemed happy.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, I don't have that much to say about the movie, other than I do want to say the movie it had a low budget, and it was a surprise hit. It made $39.7 million domestically and $60 million worldwide. So that's a huge chunk of change that no one expected.
And what was the budget?
The budget was $550,000.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn good.
So,
especially for the effects they had.
Yeah.
Yeah, and despite even though it got terrible reviews from professional critics, it's still people from going to watch. I mean, people when it comes to horror film, it doesn't really matter what critics say. It's people love horror that much. I mean, it's like if it works for them, it's going to work for them.
Back then, I think it was a little different too. The rating system and all that.
Yeah. I mean, and like in these type of slasher films, we're always getting hate from critics at the time. Like, Fred was the one that got just like trashed by critics. So, Fisher Rod, Siskel and Ebert, they hated these movies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It wasn't for them. It just wasn't for them, man.
Yeah, they got their own taste. I
mean, I don't know if you guys know that Gene Siskel infamously tried to put Basic Palmer's address.
I heard that. Yeah.
So people can write hate mail on her for being in the movie. I'm like,
that's cruel as hell, dude.
Movie. It's like, what?
Come on now. Yeah, they just take things too far.
Yeah, that's like, imagine if someone tried to do that now. Like, oof. No way, man. That wouldn't tolerate it.
Nah.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah.
No, that's not professional.
No, that's just being a mean asshole.
That's being a dick right there.
That's being a dick move right there.
Yeah.
A big dick move.
I'll give that thumbs down, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But the movie for the most part still holds up, I mean.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course that was a big hit. And
that was 1980 too. That was 1980. So
yep.
Yeah. And we got the sequel the very next year.
Yep.
Yes. Which was Friday 13th Part 2.
Part 2.
The body count continues.
The body count continues.
Notice the silhouette is with an axe now instead of a knife.
Might as well open this up and list.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another different poster that I like too. This time, Jason, which was his debut.
Yep.
This is it.
This one, for me, was one of the last ones I saw.
Really?
This is one of the last ones.
Yeah. This one. Yeah. This the first 11, which is up to Freddy vs. Jason. This was the last one I saw.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It was rare. I didn't rent it on VHS, and it wasn't really on cable as much as some of the other ones. So that's one of the reasons why.
Right.
Like once I saw it was on cable one time, I was like, oh, I haven't seen this one. I'll see it. But I mean, okay. I guess I'll just go on this one. This one that was directed by Steve Miner, which he actually worked on the first one. He was one of the crew members.
Went on to direct part 3
as well, yeah.
And he also directed Lake Placid as well.
Lake Placid and Halloween H2O.
And the Day of the Sin remake. And Day of the Dead. Fuck you.
Hey, directors can make some crap movies. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah. But this one, like I said, this is one of the last ones I saw, and I was actually, even though it was one of the last ones, I was surprised that Alice didn't make it all the way. I legit didn't think she was gonna die.
It's a shame.
Yeah. So
because there's freaking people out there that can't let things alone.
Yeah, everyone knows. If you're a big Friday 13th fan, you already know the story. Like, she had a stalker after the first one came out.
Yeah.
To the point where she didn't want to make movies anymore, and that's she did part 2, just that one scene.
Yeah. Well, her agent asked for a higher money, and they declined that.
Right. Yeah.
To be in the second movie.
Yeah.
Or to have a bigger role, so to say.
Yeah, and I thought she was gonna have a bigger role because she's credited third in the cast list. So I thought, cool. She's gonna team up with new characters and all this stuff. It's gonna be cool.
Yeah, when you look inside this, when you look inside these DVDs right here, then the boxes that I have, she is credited third.
Yeah, that's why I thought. I didn't think she was gonna die at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And and again, like this one, just the first one, it has its creepy moments as well. I think Jason in this one is one of his creepiest because I like the actually, you know what? It's funny because for years I didn't like the sackhead look to him. I was just so used to this, but throughout the years I have appreciated that way more now. And he's scary in a lot of shots, and a lot of the moments, and a lot of the scenes, the chase scene. And I like how he's very human. He's the most human Jason you're ever gonna get.
I agree.
Yes, rest in peace, Steve Dash. He's the one that played Jason in this movie. I know there's the whole controversy. Who played Jason? Was it Steve Dash or Warrington Gillette? Warrington Gillette only played Jason at the end when he comes through the window and you see his face.
Yeah.
Unmasked.
Jason.
Yeah.
Unmasked. Yeah.
Steve Dash only played Jason throughout the
Yeah, I miss Steve Dash.
Yeah.
I think he was one of the best guys to play Jason. I think he was
underrated. Underrated. Just one.
Yeah, underrated Jason.
Yeah, he was very aggressive. He was very aggressive looking when he was
very
under
quick.
the mask.
Yeah, very.
I didn't get his autograph, and I got to meet him and shake his hand not that long before he passed away.
Yeah, and the rest of the cast is really good. I like Andy Steele, John Fury, Walt Gorney comes back as Crazy Ralph, and of course he doesn't make it either.
For a little bit, yeah. His death is one of the best ones when he gets barbed wire wrapped around his neck.
Yeah. And it's funny. Yeah. It's funny. He doesn't even take his own advice. He keeps telling people, "Don't get you're doomed if you go there, if you stay there." He goes there, and then guess what happens? You don't even take your own advice, buddy. Yeah. You know what's funny? If you see that movie again, just watch his scenes. He seems to be infatuated with Ginny. Like he sees her driving her car, pass by him, he just looks at her, and then later in the movie, he's pretty much a peeping Tom. He's watching her make out with Paul, and then he gets killed for that. So I think he had a little crush on Ginny, that crazy Ralph. But yeah, the kills are pretty good, especially the double kill with the spear. Which you don't get to see the full unrated cut of that. It's in the back of the VHS. It's like, but you don't see it in the actual movie, which I don't understand. Why they have the picture of it in the
you're talking,
well, 40. Actually, did you know 48? What?
No. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say, did you know that? Like, I think it was 48 seconds were cut because to avoid X rating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like because of the scene with them in the bed.
Yeah.
And then he kills them both in the bed. Like
Yeah,
that was actually supposed to be a lot more graphic than it was.
Yeah.
I think another one of the other death scenes that was supposed to be more graphic was the guy in the wheelchair.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I always
you laugh at that.
I can't help but laugh when he's falling backwards and his head is just going like
yeah.
Like I just
yeah.
I shouldn't laugh.
Yeah. Because it does look a bit funny.
I think that guy in real life passed away from AIDS.
He did. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah. What was his name? Stu Charno? Is that his name? Or
what
was his name? Ted? Was it Ted or?
Oh, the
Mark, right?
Yeah, the guy that was Mark.
Okay. Yeah. Tom McBride.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When did he pass away?
I believe like in the mid-90s.
Yeah, I don't know.
Around that time.
Should say.
Yeah, I mean, like he died before, like there was social media and stuff. You didn't really get to hear some of these actors that get sick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, what's funny about that wheelchair death scene? Like they show that in the beginning of part 7, which was the first one I saw. So I didn't know what the hell that was. Like, what the hell is that? I saw this movie. I was like, oh, okay, I know. What was that?
Jason doesn't care, man. He'll go after anybody. If you're handicapped, it don't matter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then
you
again,
don't care.
You know about these movies, like if you have sex, you die, and that guy was trying to have sex with that girl. So
that's true.
He has a wheelchair. Yeah. He's dead.
And ironically enough, when we get to part 4, the girl in the bed is the sister of Rob in part 4.
Right.
We'll get to that when we get to part
4. Yeah, even though it was cut, it's still effective because you hear her scream like you feel like when she screams and you see the spear hit the floor and there's blood. Like that's all you see, but it's still very effective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This movie I thought it was a really good follow up to the first one. And I get what Reggie was saying about like why he prefers Alice over Ginny. Like I like both. Well, first of all, Alice had to fight off Mrs. Voorhees, and she couldn't survive against Jason. Ginny had to fight against Jason, and she had like an advantage also because she was studied psychology, right?
Yeah.
I was like to
outsmart. I'll say this right now. Ginny is actually my favorite final girl of the franchise.
She's one of my favorites. Yeah.
Yeah, she's my favorite. Alice is my second favorite, but Ginny's my number one.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny. She has sex with Paul. She doesn't die.
Well, that's because she puts on the sweater at the end. She don't,
That's true. Yeah.
and a couple more notes on Steve Miner, the director. Forgot to mention he also directed House.
Yeah.
And he also directed Big Bully with Rick Moranis and Tom Arnold.
Oh, I love that movie.
And then he went on to, after Lake Placid, he directed that really shitty movie called Texas Rangers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
With James Vanderbeek and Ashton Kutcher.
I think I saw that on TV.
Ugh.
Yeah, but like...
Can we just talk about what happened to Paul?
Oh, yeah, that's going to be one of my questions. What do you guys think happened to Paul?
Yeah, that's like one of the biggest mysteries.
I think it's an off-screen death.
Yeah. If you think about it, too, whatchamacallit, they also said whatchamacallit had an off-screen death, too, the character of Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see her dead body, though. Thing.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you line up the events at the end, okay, after Jason gets hurt, they both run to to the cabin. They think they see Terry's dog, right? Then all of a sudden, Jason bursts through the window, grabs her. Then it cuts to where she's laying there, and Paul's nowhere to be found. It's like, what happened? Like,
it's like, do you think Jason probably knocked out Ginny out, and then he killed Paul, and then as she woke up, getting pulled into the ambulance? Like, it's kind of like this whole.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's like, okay, if Paul died, when did he die? Because he came at the end to save her.
That's one of the reasons why I don't like the ending to this movie. It just leaves too many things open. I don't think it's as grounded as the first. But and that just sucks. Like, I wonder, why? I don't know. It's not like Paul.
It's one of those endings where it's like, because I like the character of Paul.
No, what happened was, like, they were supposed to explain it in part 3. Like, they were gonna bring Gina back and everything, but she didn't do it. She said no at the time, and they changed it, and
right.
Paul weird, fucking nowhere. And the dog, little Muffin, that dog's dead.
Yeah,
Jason killed it.
Yeah.
Jeff and Sandra, those characters, they see a mutilated piece of a dog in the floor, which is you cut to a hot dog. Fucking when the dog approaches Jason, the dog's looking up to Jason. All of a sudden, it cuts to a hot dog being cooked. That's great. It's like great.
And another really good death. We mentioned all the other characters, but Scott.
Yeah.
When he gets his foot caught up upside down and gets his throat slit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And another death really. And I love the death with the deputy when he gets the hammer claw on the back of the head.
Oh, that's one of my favorite ones. Yeah. That's really.
Mm-hmm. And on top of that too, what's kind of weird, if you think about it, that and Halloween 2 had a very similar death around that time.
In the same year.
1981.
Yes, same year.
Hammer death to a fat cop. What was that? That fetish of 1981.
On top of that too, like the remake. If you think about it, the remake kind of had a very similar death with the cop getting stabbed through the door.
Right.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like, personally, I prefer the hammer death in Halloween 2.
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean,
I like the way you edited it.
I think both are really good in their own ways.
No, I'm just saying, like, they're both good, but I personally prefer the one in Halloween 2. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
I think both are great.
I'm pretty much done with talking about part 2. But you guys can go ahead.
Forka84 mentioned the actress who played Ginny basically looks the same nowadays. She really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does.
She looks great for being in her 50s. She really does.
It would be cool to see her back in the franchise.
Well, you know what? Speaking of that, give me 1 second. Since we are talking about part 2, hold on.
Yeah, you got to meet her.
Yeah, you get to meet her. Rub it in our faces.
Yeah. Hard to believe this was a decade ago.
Yeah, man, you look skinnier.
I can't wait till she comes to Illinois and I have to wait in line 3 to 4 hours to meet her.
Yeah, and then I'll end up passing out.
I can't wait till that happens.
And then I'll end up passing out this time.
Yeah, on top of that too, like if Alex is right, I did look a little skinnier back then. So damn.
Yeah. I mean, I did too a decade ago. To be fair.
Yeah. I think everybody looked thinner back in.
We all got fat. But yeah, you guys can go ahead. I'm pretty much done with part 2. I enjoyed it almost as much as the first one.
Yeah, part 2. I think part 2 was a great follow-up in the franchise. I mean, it was only a year later. And yeah, it's great. Granted, it's sad to see Adrienne King get killed off because, what she went through in the first movie. But basically, with the circumstances, in her personal life about the stalker, things like that, they killed her off. But, she had a pretty good death in the movie. She got the ice pick through the face, so it's a pretty good death. But in my opinion, though, I think Ginny is my favorite final girl. I love the way Amy Steele played the part. I really like the character of Paul. I really like the way that his character tells campfire stories. I think he's a really good, kind of storyteller at campfires. I love the way John Fury plays the character of Paul. And like we were saying before, you have so many great deaths. You know, the guy in the wheelchair with the machete, and he goes down the stairs. You feel sorry for the poor guy. You know, I think part 2 I saw right after, because like remember I was mentioning how I saw part 4 first, then I saw part 6, and then part 3, and then the original. Mm-hmm. I think part 2 I watched after I watched the first movie, and I remember, you know, really being creeped out with Jason with the burlap sack on his head. I really liked the way it looked. I thought it was creepy, and still to this day, like even as an adult, I liked it even more. I think it's a creepy look. Granted, I love the hockey mask a lot more, but I really like the burlap sack.
That shot when you first see him with the burlap sack, and then Vicky, the girl, she's freaking out, and the door closes. He's standing up, and you see the door closing. The shadow of the door closing. That's a creepy ass shot, man.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
Yeah, that's great.
And you have that great scene.
That version of that character.
And on top of that, too, we didn't mention this before, and we didn't mention this yet, but you have the great scene where Amy Steele finds Miss Voorhees' decapitated head, and she puts on her sweater and tricks Jason thinking that
Reggie the Reckless mentioned that.
Yeah. Well, talking about more in depth, though.
Yeah, the sweater.
But on top of that, too, you know, I don't understand why. I think Steve Miner doesn't really want to talk about these films, but yet he can talk about Day of the Dead, which I don't understand why.
Friday 13th movies.
And on top of that, too, like, you know, I like Steve Miner as a director. Halloween H2O is great. I like Lake Placid. I like these Friday 13th Part 2 and 3. You know, Big Bully with Rick Moranis I think is fun. But yeah, I think sadly after Day of the Dead, he didn't get really a lot of, you know, directing jobs for movies after that. Yeah, vegetarian fucking zombies. That says it all right there for Day of the Dead. But yeah, I think the way Steve Miner directed this, I think it was really well shot. I don't know, like I feel like the death scenes in this were even more escalated than the first movie, because like the first movie, you know, you had like very subtle ones like the arrow through the neck, but this one is kind of more extreme because, you know, Jason's aggressive. You know, he puts a machete in a guy in a wheelchair and he lets him just fall down those flight of stairs in the wheelchair. I mean, how fucking cruel is that? You know, Jason just don't give a fuck. And I'm with Rob too on the ending because, you know, because I love the character of Paul, like I don't really care about the way they don't explain what happened to Paul. There's like all these conspiracies, like, you know, people say like, oh, well, this happened or this happened. There's like all these like questions, like
he was fired, the actor was fired.
What really did happen? You know, what happened to Paul? Like, there's like really like no clear explanation for what happened.
There's a rumor, okay, this is actually on Wiki, that John Fury actually left before the film wrapped and his character doesn't appear. In truth, his character was not intended to have appeared. So I don't know what's right and what's wrong. It's like, did he really leave before the film wrapped? I mean, I don't know.
It's one of those things where he thought he was done, but they decided to add.
Well, they even say that they didn't intend to have him appear. So was it in the script where he wasn't supposed to be next to her, or, you know, what? I guess we'll never know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those things that they left us hanging, and they never. I mean, because they went in a different direction for part 3. It's like,
yeah,
it's always gonna be open ended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, but part 2 is great. It's a great sequel. Has my favorite final girl in Ginny. I love Amy Steele. Love John Fury. I love the guy that played Scott, Mark. Steve Dash, great as Jason. Probably the most underrated Jason, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think he's the most underrated.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I don't think Steve Dash gets a whole lot of credit for being Jason, and I miss Steve Dash a lot. I miss the guy. Yeah, there's a lot of people from this franchise that I miss. Steve Dash and Betsy Palmer and things like that. And we'll get to the other ones too, but we'll mention that. But But part 2, great follow-up, great sequel, and definitely a great installment of the franchise. So definitely gets a big thumbs up for me. This is another big thumbs up for the franchise.
All right.
Cool.
Ready?
Yeah.
Rob?
I agree with everything you both said. I just want to add a few things. Is the second movie, I guess you could say it was the third of the franchise that I saw. Because I saw 3, then 1, then 2. And like I agree with everything you said. Like the way Jason looks, the kills were great. Everything was great. It's weird that there are so much that's unexplained and cut out from this film, such as there was what's her name? Marta Kober was actually underage, and there was a scene where it shows her full frontal nudity was actually deleted from the movie. I thought that was just strange. Like, did she lie about her age, or like what was going on there? Because it's documented that she was underage. But like just weird things like originally the alternate cut, the alternate ending to this movie was supposed to have Mrs. Voorhees, her head. She's supposed to open her eyes and smile
Right.
towards the camera, and then they decided it was too silly.
Yeah.
For that, so that alternate ending I don't think has ever been released on anything.
Yeah.
There's just so many things that are cut from this movie that it just almost makes you wonder, is there actual footage out there that maybe on the cutting room floor that they might release one day? It just...
Who knows, yeah. I mean, at least, like, they always have like, production stills that we get to see sometimes from deleted footage. That's it. So there might be, like, I haven't seen a picture of a still of the eyes opening, but I'm sure it right?
Yeah, it said it hasn't been. It said when I was reading it before, it said it hasn't been released. But a couple of things too. When Amy Steele's character when she gets grabbed from behind by unmasked Jason, at the end, it took 3 takes to shoot that right, and actually Amy Steele was so frightened from that scene that they had to like take their time because she was so scared. That, I mean, like things like that, it makes you see when people get in prosthetics and like makeup and which was actually Savini was replaced by Stan Winston at the time. But it's so cool when you have people like who are actually there when you film a scene. Doesn't it take away when you do CGI? It's like when someone's actually there, you get scared, and that's your real reaction. That's what I love about these movies too, is that everything is practical and in there. So yeah, the movie is a great sequel. I'm glad they decided to start Jason's legacy like they start in however many sequels. I mean, Steve Miner wanted to do the first 2 sequels, and which he did.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to add those on a little bit, but I agree with everything you guys said. I love it. So
I do want to add, like, there's a character of Ted, who's a different character from Ted, who's the prankster. I know you've already heard. It's the same guy who played one of the bullies in Christine.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like, it's funny how he goes to the bar with Paul and Ginny, and he stays there, so technically he survives. He doesn't die, but yeah, he doesn't come back.
Yeah.
And of course, this is the movie. I did want to mention this. This is the movie where the famous scene where the campfire story. Paul tells a story about what happened in the first movie, the legacy of Jason, and how they don't think it actually happened. It's kind of like an urban legend, It's a campfire story, yeah. So they treat it as a legend. Like, oh, it's a story that went through this town for years. Like, there wasn't really any like killer named Jason or like that. So like, and they do continue on in the movies, but unfortunately, it makes less sense when you get in sequels. And I'll get into that, but like in here, it's done really well, and I like the way the actor delivered the lines, and you really get into it. Like, it feels like you're actually there with him and with all the other cast members. Like, you listen, it's like, wow, this is really, yeah.
Yeah. Out of all the movies, when they tell the campfire story, like I think it worked the best in this. Like,
this is the best one.
Like as much as I do like Part 8, but they tell the story in the beginning on the it's really, yeah. I mean, this had the best story. I think it had.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
But this one, the Part 2 didn't go on to make as much as the first one. It only made $21.7 million domestically.
Yeah.
Box office, but
it had a bigger budget though.
It had a bigger budget, but it was still pretty low. It was 1.2 million, so it did still make a big profit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you think
also,
it would make more.
Also, isn't it weird that the plot actually takes place 2 months after Alice kills her? 2 months, and then she gets killed, and then it goes 5 years. It goes to 5 years later after that.
Yeah.
So it's like Jason did a lot of growing between, you know what I'm saying? Like he did a lot of growing in that time.
Yeah.
He must have been eating like a lot of protein out in that forest.
Superhuman strength.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of raccoons or squirrels you eating.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of stuff.
That's what he
deer.
His little shack.
Michael Myers ate dogs, didn't he?
Yeah, he ate dogs and rats.
Dogs and rats, yeah.
But I also like Jason's little shack home that he has in the movie.
Yeah, that was cool.
Mm-hmm.
Which this is the only movie in the series where you get to see it. Oh, actually, you do get to see it in Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Some version of it, yeah.
Yeah. It was, even though it was a dream, but that was Part 2. You guys have any last thoughts on Part 2?
No, I give it thumbs up.
Big thumbs up.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
And again, only 1 year passed by, and we got Friday 13th Part 3 in 3D.
Yep.
There we go.
3D.
And on top of that, too, here is a great scene in the movie from Part 3 in here.
Yeah.
And on top of that, too, I think this DVD right here in this box set right here, this is the only way you can get the commentary on Part 3.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a commentary on here with Dana Kimmel, Richard Brooker, the guy that played Dana Kimmel's boyfriend, and Shelley, Larry Zerner.
This review is going to. I'm gonna have something special to put on right now.
All right.
Yes.
If I can put this fucking thing on. There we go.
This is
3D time.
The only 3D Friday 13th, and this is also the introduction to the hockey mask.
I got. Man, if you guys were here, I got more of these. I got more.
I don't have 3D glasses, but I got a hockey mask.
You can get rid of the top and bottom of that, Alex.
This design, and this is the exact design of the Part 3. Shelly, the one that Shelly had before. Before we had.
Hey,
that's awesome.
Is there a way you can get rid of the bottom and top of that and just show the poster and you know what I mean?
I'm trying. Hold on. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. That's better.
You guys are in 3D right now. You guys are in 3D. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Oh my god! It's Truth or Dare 3D. I'm not playing your game. Oh man. We're gonna hurt my eyes.
But yeah, Rob, you said this was the first one you saw.
Yep, this is my favorite out of the franchise, and it is the first one I saw. Yeah. Do you want someone else to go first this time? You want Thomas? You want to go first, or?
Tommy, you haven't gone first yet, right?
Yeah, well, Rob went first with part 1, and then Alex went first with part 2. So
Yeah, you can go first on this one.
I'll go first with part 3. Part 3, great installment. It's a little bit different than the first 2 films. Like the first 2 films were more about camp counselors. This one's not. This is kind of more about a group of kids going out to a place on Camp Crystal Lake. So they're not really camp counselors. You have the character of Chris, Dana Kimmel, Shelley, Larry Zerner. You also have people like Catherine Parks as Vera and things like that. And this is the first introduction to Richard Brooke. Jason in the hockey mask. Richard Brooker, rest in peace, Richard Brooker, who played Jason.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Awesome, Jason. Excellent, Jason. Yeah. And part 3. I feel like these death scenes kind of got more and more crazier and more creative as the films went on. Because in the first one, more simpler with the arrow and things like that and the axe, and then part 2, you had the hammer claw, and you had the guy being hung upside down and things like that. Now in this one, I'll tell you what, it was kind of like a tie for me between my favorite 2 deaths in the movie, but the one that edged out the other one is my favorite death in the movie is when the guy's doing the handstand. He gets the machete right down in the middle.
When Andy is doing the handstand.
And you just feel that. You feel that.
From there.
Yeah.
And the other one that almost beat that out was the guy who gets his head squeezed and the eyeball pops out of his head.
Oh, yeah. Rick, yeah.
Cool looking shot.
That's an awesome. Yeah.
And once again, directed by Steve Meyer, once again, same guy that did part 2 did this. And once again, did a really competent job directing part 3. And on top of that too, I love some of the other death scenes. I love the deaths of the 3 bikers, Fox, Loco. The one guy gets stabbed with a pitchfork.
Ali was the third one.
Yeah, in the third movie. And I love the character.
Can I please have my wallet, ma'am?
Yeah.
That's good.
I love the. On top of that, too, I love one of the most. Remember how you said? I know Rob mentioned about how in part 2 how Jason just doesn't give a shit who he kills. I mean, he killed a dog, most likely. Yeah. He killed the guy in the wheelchair. In this one, he kills a girl who's pregnant, Debbie, in the hammock.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people don't realize that.
Gets Tracy up to her chest.
Yeah, it's almost reminiscent of Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, that's what they're going for. Yeah.
Exactly.
Not the auntie, let's have her be a pregnant woman. Yeah.
Really, Tracy Savage.
Awesome. Jason killed an unborn baby. That's.
She looks like she's aged. She looks like she's aged well.
Yeah. Like I said in the chat here, most horror actresses, they've aged pretty well for the most part.
They
have. Adrienne King has. Amy Steele has. Tracy Savage has. Yeah. And Dana Kimmel has.
Dana Kimmel, oh god, yeah. I had a crush on her in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was going into more about the movie itself. I love this movie. I think it's a great. I probably say it's probably my second favorite of the franchise behind Part 4. Part 4 is my favorite, and I just love the characters. I love the character of Shelley. Larry Zerner as the practical Joker. I think Shelley's hilarious. I love the way Larry Zerner played the part. And yet another great death in the movie is Vera when she gets shot through the eye with the spear going to fire.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
It's the first kill.
I like when Shelley's staring at her ass when she's bending over and while he's juggling, and then when she turns around,
So great. I love the character of Shelly. Shelly's great. And like with the three bikers, one guy gets stabbed with a pitchfork, one gets someone gets impaled with a fire poker, things like that. And on top of that too, when you think about part 3, the ending is kind of very reminiscent of the first movie, which is the scene I showed you in the DVD in the box set, where Dana Kimmel character Chris is sitting in the boat and Ms. Voorhees' corpse comes out from under the water, kind of like reminiscent of Jason in the first movie, and wakes up and things like that. I didn't mention about how when we were talking about the first movie, would have been kind of funny if like when Jason, like it seems like a happy ending, and then like it's like as the scenes like how like the camera's like panning down in the first movie, like she's going underwater but you don't see it. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like when she gets there, like the camera's going down with her. Yeah. It would have been, I think it'd be kind of funny, like if it ended like that and the credits started rolling like that as the camera was panning down.
Yeah, that would have been.
Dude, one of the creepiest parts is when Chris looks up at that window and Jason's in the window and he's trying to get to her, and all of a sudden he busts out the back door and starts running towards her.
If you think about it, Jason Voorhees is kind of like a pervert in this movie.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is. But that scene, dude, just, oh my God, it gives me chills.
When he's hung by the neck and he takes out his mask and does this, like he is.
Yeah, he's like, yeah. He looks like Alex, when you were talking about how like the storytelling from the second movie, like I think this one has a good story too. Like when Chris tells the story about how she was almost like attacked by Jason.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Like it's hinted at that he might have raped her.
Really?
Yeah, because the way he looks at her when he takes the mask off, it's very pervy. Like
yeah.
His lips. Shit.
But and on top of that too, I love Richard Brooker as Jason. I think he's a great Jason. I love. He is. And of course, this is the first movie with the hockey mask. Of course, this is the first one where he gets the mask. It's a great, great way to. And on top of that too, once again, Harry Manfredini once again does a great job on the score.
That's the one thing. That's the one thing I don't. That's the one thing I don't really care for about this movie is the main title theme. I don't really care for the dancing Monster Mash kind of.
I love that, man.
I prefer the original stuff.
Yeah,
like I prefer. Yeah.
Cool. It has
if I had to make a criticism, that would be probably my only criticism.
Okay, yeah, cool.
And I mean, overall, part 3 has a lot going for it. I love the characters, great deaths, and get to see Jason for the first time with the hockey mask, which is cool. And this is really the way people of like today's generation know about Jason Voorhees is the hockey mask. Because I feel like if they go back, I feel like though if a lot of people like newer people go back and watch the series, they probably won't care to watch part 1 or part 2 because they're more used to the hockey mask.
Yeah, they're probably like, the hockey mask.
Yeah, like if they go back and watch part 1 and 2, they'd be like, "This ain't Friday the 13th. He doesn't have the mask." Like part 1, where's Jason? Part 2, like where's the hockey mask? He's wearing a sack over his head. Like this ain't Jason. So I feel like many people like nowadays probably just start from part 3 on because that's where he has all the hockey masks in all the movies. But part 3, great installment. Steve Miner, like I said, great directing job. Shelley and Vera, Chris, and I love the character Rick who gets his eyeball squeezed out. Great looking shot. And that's like one of the main reasons why it was in 3D was the eyeball scene. And of course, when Jason stabs the guy with the pitchfork and you see like the point of view of the pitchfork coming toward the camera, things like that. So there was a few scenes that were meant to be in 3D. And overall, great installment. And, part 3 is my second favorite of the franchise. I mean, it's a great sequel. Love it.
All right.
That's awesome.
Rob, you can go now.
Rob?
Okay. Well, as I always talk about. Part 3 was the first one I saw. It was the first one I owned. Everything Thomas said about it's iconic because he gets the hockey mask, and that's what people know him for. Other than Part 4, I think the characters in this one are the most notable. I think they're the most iconic. I think Part 4 probably has the best notable characters, but I'm just saying this also has some really good ones. And like all the death scenes, I think are pretty good. Like I even love the beginning where Harold is like they have that grocery store and he's sitting there eating he's drinking the orange juice, he's putting stuff back and he's eating it, and then like stupid like scenes like that are just I don't know. I just find those comical.
Yeah.
I think the 3D aspect, like if you come off of I don't think the 3D really shined that much. It did better than Jaws 3D, but I'm saying like
for sure, yeah.
I think some of the things worked. Like the eye popping out was good.
Yeah,
but some of the stuff they tried to do just was not worth it. Like when he punches through the Shelley's car, the windshield, and you see the fist. Like I don't know, that just didn't really pop out.
What about the pitchfork scene when he's
the pitchfork scene? I think actually looked pretty good.
Or like when Harold is putting the laundry, he actually drops that stick in the laundry outside. He pushes
the stick, yeah,
stuff like that. Yeah,
right.
Doesn't really work.
Some of the things worked, some things didn't. But like I agree with Thomas. Like like all it had great kills. Like I said, great characters. A couple of things that I want to throw out there is that, everyone pretty much knows this initially, that the earlier drafts for Part 3 is that Amy Steele they wanted her to be in it because they wanted her to be in a psychiatric hospital. It's going to continue after Part 2, suffering from, the events. And then she finds out that Jason survived, and then he tracks her down at the hospital, which again goes, but that's what they did in Halloween too. But he starts murdering the staff and the patients at the hospital. But it was more of Amy Steele's agents that got involved. I don't know if it was money, but she says they got involved and she just didn't do it. So I think it would have been interesting to see what would have happened if they would have went with that story. It just makes you think. I wonder what would have happened. But for what they did with like Thomas said, they're not really camp counselors in this. It's just a bunch of friends going to a place.
Yeah.
And I kind of think that was a good change of pace, other than trying to do the same thing over again. Let's go to, okay, the camp counselors are doing this. We've already seen it. I think it's good. It's a fresh take. It's a fresh new idea. I really like that. But yeah, the movie all around I think is a solid flick. I really like. The only thing I just didn't care for was the main title music. Other than that, I just think it's a solid movie. Like it's definitely my favorite.
Right, disco song.
Yeah, I mean that's not like a major complaint. I mean I can listen to it, but it's just I prefer the original Harry Manfredini score. But yeah, this movie, I think it laid the groundwork for potential new ideas for the sequels, which they did. It wasn't always about camp counselors. It's not always about that. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts on the movie. So I definitely give it 2 thumbs up, and it's my favorite. So
yeah, even though I love it more than the first 2, I have more criticisms towards it. Not really big ones, but little things that hurt the movie just as a movie. One, how you guys mentioned the 3D, a lot of it doesn't work. I mean, it's meant to be watched in a theater with 3D glasses and everything, but I've never had a chance to experience that. So it's like it hurts when you're watching on your TV. It doesn't make really much sense. Another one, some of the acting from a few actors, not everybody, just 1 or 2 people, is not very good. The actor who plays Rick, he's not good.
I think that happens in every movie, though. I think it's at that.
What's the name?
And
Paul Cratko, right? As Rick.
Yeah, he wasn't. He very kind of.
Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't good.
He wasn't.
Not really.
The actress.
Just like I thought, we'll get to this in part 4, but the girls who play the twins, like I thought they sucked ass.
Really? Okay.
Like their acting, I thought their acting was terrible. But
like the girl who played one of the stoners in this one, especially when she dies and she's screaming like, "Oh, Shelly's dead!"
she's like this. She's like, hey!
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. And what is Tommy Chong's clone doing in the movie?
Yeah, I know. It must have been what they were going for.
Yeah, and like, if I actually read an interview with him, he said that originally they wanted him to actually impersonate Tommy Chong, but decided at the last minute to drop it and just talk normal.
I like the scene where he's making popcorn. He's making popcorn. He's trying to catch him in his mouth. He's like,
yeah. Yeah, and this was the first movie where somebody takes a dump and they don't wipe. It happened.
Oh God, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah,
Harold takes a huge diarrhea, doesn't wipe, and Chuck goes to the outhouse, doesn't wipe.
Look at all the stuff he ate though. He drank orange juice. He ate peanuts. He ate a donut. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, I don't want to have really problems with the movie. I love it. I love the setting. I love that it's like a barn. Higgins Haven. I love that setting. The barn's creepy. It's like a character in itself. I like how Jason's kind of like a shark, and then he's kind of like just stalking them. There's a lot of stalking in this movie.
He's like lurking in the shadows.
What I like too, I like how he runs in this movie too.
Yeah. I like the way he runs too, and Richard Brooker did a really good job. And yes, this was the introduction to the hockey mask. So it's like this, like the introduction. That is what made the character an icon. Was the hockey mask?
Yeah,
it's perfect. And
thanks to Shelley. You gotta give it to Shelley.
Shelley, yeah. I mean, he because of his pranks and everything, and he had the hockey mask. It just happened to be what he was having that night, and Jason took it from him and killed him. It's funny. It's off screen, so it's like,
I know.
Those things like it's accidental. Like they didn't mean it to stick with the hockey mask, which didn't need a mask, and it's like last minute decision. Like one of the crew members was a hockey, like a big, like I think they said did they say like Philadelphia Flyers? Was the team?
He was a hockey fan. I think it was the Flyers goalie mask, right?
Yeah, and then he had that, and like, you know what? Let's use that. Let's see how it works, and it worked. And like, look at that. That's the face of the franchise, the hockey mask.
Yeah.
Despite a few of the bad acting, I did like the characters, like Shelley, Chris. I like the biker gang. I like Andy and Debbie. I like those characters were good. Vera. Which I do like. I kind of feel bad for Shelley. Vera didn't give him a chance, but hey ho.
Yeah, she's like, which one's my date? And he's like, hi, and she's like, oh shit.
Sorry.
Why do you keep doing those stupid things? I just want you to like me.
Yeah.
Would you be yourself if you look like this?
Yeah. He's doing pranks, and he thinks he's worthless if he doesn't do this.
And apparently, and also Catherine Parker went on to be in Catherine Parks. Yeah, Catherine Parks went on to be in Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah, she was Bernie's girlfriend.
Yep.
Yeah, which is funny because like Jerry Kaiser plays Bernie.
Dr. Cruz, Bernie, Dr. Cruz.
Yeah, he's Dr. Cruz. The connection there. And yes, Shelley, Larry Turner, went on to be a professional lawyer.
Yeah.
Lawyer, yeah.
Yeah, he's a cool guy though.
He gives updates on the rights issue, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So he knows technical shit on that.
I mean, Ari Lehman's good. He's cool too. I talked to him a couple times. He's like, if you ask him, he will send you a photo and a signature.
Really?
If you ask, yeah.
Wow.
If you ask, Yeah, that's what he told me.
Really?
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty nice guy, R. Lehman.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even though I say some of the 3D, a lot of 3D doesn't work, I do like some of the 3D deaths, like the eye popping out. That's
probably the best one.
that was the best usage of 3D.
Yeah.
And and the kills are great. You say, Rob, you say you don't really like the main theme. I'm fine with it. It's different from the original theme. The original theme's better. Because it's the kind of like original, but I didn't mind. It's like its own thing.
I don't want to say that I just don't really like it. I just prefer the other style, like the regular chilling aspect, the chilling kind of score.
Yeah,
but it is different. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, like the ending where he's trying to get Chris, he busts through the door and you see him through the window. Like,
yeah,
when I saw that, I was creeped out, man.
Yeah, like when he appears in the window, like, my God, he's sitting there trying to get through the window, and
like that.
yeah, he's like, oh my God, and yeah, that's a crazy scene.
Yeah, and first time I saw that movie, I was watching. It was during a marathon on Spike TV. Remember that channel, Spike TV?
Yep.
And like I was watching the ending, and when he shows his face for the first time, and like he does I remember my brother said, "Is that Sloth? Is that the same actor who played Sloth in the Goonies?"
And again, this is the movie. This is the movie that brings a chain of events. So this is the iconic axe to the mask, which creates a dent in the mask.
That's like also became part of the face of the hockey mask. Is like that you gotta have that mark.
Right. Yep.
Because they kept that mark afterwards.
Yeah.
I listened to the remake. But yeah, I like this one. I have problems here and there more than the first two, but I love it more personally because I like the setting and I like the characters. I like the kills. Jason's hockey mask debut. Richard Broker.
It's not.
He's like the unstoppable monster. You can't kill this guy. You can't even knock him out.
It's not that different than today when like when the Saw movies were released every year. It's like we had Friday the 13th movie every year until I believe Part 4 was like 2 years later, I think.
Right,
yeah.
So it's like it's funny how it just went from every year let's have a Friday the 13th movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you had that with Saw, and you also had that with Paranormal Activity.
Oh God.
You kind of have that with The Purge, but they also take a year or two breaks in between, sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, because wasn't the Purge Anarchy and the Purge election like 2 years apart?
Yeah, it was. Those have a bigger budget, so they're gonna take a little longer.
Also, fun fact: this movie Part 3 came out when I was born, so this was an iconic one for me too. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. 1982. Yep.
Neither me or Thomas were born. Yeah. All the Paramount movies we're gonna talk about, neither me or Thomas were born. That's when those ones came out, man.
I remember I saw Jason Goes to Hell in the theater.
That was the year before I was born.
Yeah. I was a toddler when that one came out. But yeah,
I saw it with my dad. My dad was like, "Oh my God," because it's a gory film. He's not really used to all that, but.
And that wasn't even the unrated version.
No, it wasn't.
But yeah, and you know what? The character of Chris, I think she's kind of underrated.
She is.
Alice and Jenny and Tommy Jarvis, but I feel like she doesn't get enough credit because she actually fights Jason by herself, and she gets the best of him for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially for someone who's her character's going through post-traumatic stress throughout the whole movie because she had kind of 2 years before. It's like, oh, she's fighting the same guy that tried to possibly rape her.
That's why you got. That's why you got. I got more respect for her character because she's been through so much. I feel like that alone gives her character more depth, and I think she's one of the better final girls. Even though I do prefer Amy, but yeah.
Definitely a great installment.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you guys have anything about part 3?
No, I
said
up again.
yeah.
Really.
I said everything I wanted to say.
I mean, all the ones that came before my time. This is the first one I want to see in theaters because I will want if it's the 3D aspect to it. Like I would want to see this one in 3D in theaters. Like this will be, if it's gonna be like proper 3D, I would want to see it in theaters. Overall, any other.
Yeah.
To be honest. But this one ended up making 36.6 million at the box office, so more than part 2.
Way more than the second movie.
Yeah. And the budget was 2.5 million.
Yep.
A little bit bigger budget, but it made a lot more. And
it was,
of course,
made a profit.
Yeah, and people wanted more. So yeah. So and they had to wait 2 years for another one, and of course,
yep,
that is Friday 13th Part 4, aka Friday 13th, the final chapter.
The final chapter. Which fun fact
is
this
bullshit.
cover right here. This cover right here, or the cover to that, is from the NES game. The NES game did the same thing. If you remember the NES game.
Yes.
Yeah.
The knife through the mask.
Sadly, this is the last one, which is, of course, is bullshit.
To be fair, it was not intended to be the final Friday 13 movie, but it was intended to be the final Friday 13 movie with Jason.
Because I think around this time, Paramount was getting tired of the franchise.
Yeah, I mean they've gotten already backlash with
yeah, it goes back to like Halloween 3. Like they were wanting to do other things with it. But I think it's, again, popularity with people wanting to see Jason killing people. I think after the third movie, it was a shoo-in, like, for making the fans happy, because honestly, like, as much as I think about this movie with this different director, who did it? Joseph Zito?
Yeah, same guy that directed The Prowler.
Yeah.
He also directed 2 of the best Chuck Norris films, Amazing USA and Missing in Action. And he also directed Red Scorpion with Dolph Lundgren.
Oh, I love that movie. Honestly, like when you see, so like this movie, you compare it. To me, this feels like part 3. It really, it's like you could watch part 3 and 4. It just seems very, very similar, minus the music. I'm not talking about like the music. I talk about the, just the look of it. It just kind of reminds you. Hands down, my favorite. Chucky Doll says it's his favorite too.
That's my favorite.
It's most people's favorite. I mean, it's most people. It's definitely my second. What?
This one always comes in the conversation of favorites for a lot of fans.
Mm-hmm.
This one.
Yeah, this would be my second favorite.
This one and part 6 is a lot of fan favorites too.
Yeah, those 2.
This one, in my opinion, has the craziest death scene that I've ever seen, and that is when he kills that woman at the morgue and he slits her all the way down.
Yeah.
That I'm sorry, I cannot. Whenever that happens, I just imagine what she's going through at that point.
Pain.
Yeah.
I mean, damn, like she's yelling, she's like and she just he goes all the way down, like, oh my god.
That whole scene in the morgue is pretty funny though, because like her
It is.
Axel,
He's watching that video.
Triple W Christmas shit.
Yeah,
He's watching that video of those women like
what exercise video was that made in?
we're like, yeah, where were we at that time? Where's those exercise videos? I want to see them.
That one was
Holy
like X-rated exercise videos.
He's sitting there just like enjoying it.
Hey girls, hi. Yeah, and they're trying to have sex and like in a room full of corpses. Like, what kind of fetishes? Sick fetishes they have.
remember this movie starts the night after. This starts right up after.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying you can. It's just like Rocky. It's just like Rocky 1 and 2. It's like you can start this movie just right after 3.
Well, the same with part 2, part 3, 2 and 3. 3 takes place the next day. After
Yeah.
2. Yeah.
That's
So
true. Yeah, that's true.
Trilogy, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can keep going.
Go ahead, talk. This is your favorite. Go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't say this is my favorite. I'm just saying this is. Oh, you mean you're talking about the characters? This is like one of the best casts, probably.
Yep. This is my favorite cast of the franchise.
Yeah.
I'd say this, like I said before, this has probably the most iconic characters. In the this was the introduction of Tommy Jarvis for one thing. Yep. And Corey Feldman. I honestly, you look at the characters, Tina, Ted, Paul, Terry, Jimmy, Tom, of course, said Tommy, Trish, and you got Rob, who's the guy, the hitchhiker who shows up, and there's just so many. Again, this movie takes place
in the chat.
Yeah.
We got Dan. Not Rocky Balboa.
Shit.
Why aren't you over here?
Just talk, damn it, he said. Just talk, damn it.
Talk, damn it. I talk, you talk. Who talks first?
Hey, again, this movie, it's not about counselors for one thing.
Again, yeah.
Yeah. And again, I'm okay with that. I think it's fine. Just a bunch of people partying. It's like no one does. Yeah.
But I feel like this group, even though I like part 3 more, I feel this group, like I kind of said earlier, they're the best.
Yeah.
Wait. What'd you say? You like part 3 more? You like part 3 more?
I like the movie part 3 more, but I think the cast and the group of.
I thought you said part 4 was your favorite.
No, I said it's one of the favorites with the fans, not.
I thought your favorite movie was part 4.
No, I think it has the best group of friends. Oh, Thomas said that.
Oh,
Teddy Bear said that. But yeah, this is my favorite. This is my favorite group, probably.
One question for you guys and for the chat: How big is fucking Crystal Lake? Because honestly. How many cabins and houses and all this shit is in Crystal Lake? I just want to know. How big is it? Because every movie, there's another location of Crystal Lake. Here. It's like everywhere. Like, how big is it?
Apparently it's really big.
But I think at the same time, I don't think the writers thought about that too much.
No, not really.
Is it near an ocean?
Well, according to part 8, it is. What did Alex just say?
It's not supposed to be. Legs don't work that way.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I love it. Oh.
Yeah. So, Grand Canyon size, Dan says.
Yeah, and it has to be. I mean, come on, like think about it. Jason, he covers a lot of land, honestly.
It's his land, and like, stop fucking trespassing. This is land.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, you got more to say, Rob? Sorry, Reggie?
No, I'm just talking out my ass. I don't know. I'm just talking
because I pretty much, yeah. I mean, I agree with pretty much everything you said, like the kills and the cast and the look of the film is very different from the first three. And like I said, the cast I think it's the best, probably, arguably. I mean, 6 is pretty up there with the cast.
Yeah.
But this one, it has more characters. I agree. A little more. There's a lot more fun to it. More bounce. More chemistry with the characters.
right.
Bounce off each other really well. That's what I'm trying to say. And of course,
4K, real quick. 4K84 said how he's leaving. Have a good night.
Thank you for watching.
And Chucky Doll actually had a question too. He said, "Who would win in a fight to the death? Derek Mears as Jason in the remake, or Tyler Mane as Michael in the Rob Zombie Halloween?"
I'd say Derek Mears.
Derek Mears easily.
He's more aggressive.
Fuck Rob Zombie's Halloween, dude.
Rob Zombie's Halloween can suck my, you know what, schlong.
But yeah, I mean, of course, you know, our favorite characters, our 2 favorite characters, for me and Thomas at least, is Ted and Jimbo.
Yep, hence our name.
I'd say that's my favorite. I'd say they're my favorite too. I like them a lot.
They can honestly be. They can have their own movie and still be just as good.
I wish they would have.
Crispin Glover. People give Crispin Glover shit. I think this was the perfect movie to have him in.
Yeah,
honestly,
a lot of people know him just from George McFly, but I think he's just as good in this than he was in Back to the Future.
Yeah,
to be honest.
If he picks the right roles, I mean, he was a great, like, just because his goofiness, like, he was perfect in this. Like,
yeah.
And the guy who played Ted,
Lawrence Montez. Yeah.
The first movie I ever saw him in was Mask with Cher.
Right.
He played Rocky Dennis's best friend.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I know him. I saw him in there first before I saw this.
Mm-hmm. I remember when I first saw this, I already had seen Back to the Future and Goonies, so I knew who Corey Feldman and Christopher Glover were already. So I thought, oh, cool, they're gonna be in it. Chris Glover is gonna be in it. That's awesome. And then when he dies, I was like, oh, fuck. He was my favorite.
Yeah.
You know, contrary to popular belief, he was not a dead fuck. He got
a dead fuck, dude.
He got lucky with the twin. He got laid and Teddy didn't. Just saying, dude.
He could have got both of them.
Dude, there was no fucking betting. Yeah, so you're dead fuck.
Jimbo got one of the twins. Teddy got 0.
I feel like John C. Reilly. I don't want my picture taken right now. Hey, did you touch my drum set? I know you touched my drum set because Cops doesn't start till 4.
Fucking Step Brothers, love that.
Oh, I love that movie.
I mean, Thomas loves the dialogue of the computer, Betty.
Computer don't lie because you're a dead fuck because there's no Betty.
Yeah, there's good chemistry between those two. I mean, yeah, those 2 characters alone. I mean, that's it.
He thinks it's funny. He thinks it's a funny thing he's doing right now. Pass these through your computer, Teddy. And of course,
the computer doesn't lie. The computer said it. I did.
The computers don't lie.
Well, there is no computer.
Well, there's no.
And he's like, God, I'm horny.
Oh.
Hey, you said there's no computer, but there's no Betty there, is there?
Yeah, but yeah, it's so funny though. Jimbo, he feels like he's top of the world after he finally gets laid, and he's like looking for the corkscrew, and then Jason, you forgot I was in this movie, motherfucker.
I like the look on Ted's face when the twins are in the water and they take off their bathing suit. He's like, he just starts taking off his clothes. He's like, oh yeah, I'm getting some. He's like, I'm going in that water.
And Jimbo, no thanks, we have no suits.
Yeah, he's like, he's like George McFly. No, thanks. We have no suits.
Hey, you get your damn hands off her.
Hey, Dan asked, which Jason was your favorite so far? Part 2, 3, or 4? Which Jason was your favorite?
Part 4. Does he mean like
out of 2, 3, and 4?
Does he mean film wise or like favorites like Jason? Like,
no, he means out of 2, 3, and 4 so far.
Out of the movies, what is your favorite Jason from 2, 3, or 4?
4.
I'm gonna say 3 for me.
It's hard, man, because like I love all 3 of them, and they all have their moments where they're actually really scary.
Rob said Jason the character.
The character, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 3.
Here's the thing. This was the last one. I'll say this. This was the last one where Jason was legit scary. I feel
he was scary. Yeah, he was busted through doors and.
Well, yeah, like he was scary because he was like more. He looked more human. That's why.
We're chasing Trish, and then and then they go upstairs, and he just stops. He has that.
Yeah.
He's like, "I'm gonna get you, bitch," and then he starts running at her, and she jumps through the window. Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
And like when he attacks both her and Tommy, and he's trying to choose which one he wants to get first, and he goes after Trish, of course. Trish.
Die.
I like how he shows a complete stranger. Like Tommy goes up and he shows him his room, like with all his masks made. I'm like, man, I envy that kid. How does he make masks like that? I wish I was creative. Like,
yeah, this was the last human version until we got Jason onto the remake.
Yeah, I like when Trish was up in that guy's tent and he's like, "What the hell are you doing here?" Like he's about ready to kill her.
Yeah, Jason. Yeah, yeah. That
and we can't forget about the fat woman with the banana.
Yeah, the hitchhiker.
Yeah.
Hey, you got a sister? Fuck you. Yeah, she's just trying to hitch a ride, and she's eating her banana, and all of a sudden Jason just comes behind her and fucking just kills her.
Yeah, he doesn't care. See, he doesn't care if you're homeless or if you're in a wheelchair or if you're eating bananas. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care if you're pregnant.
He will kill you no matter what you're doing. If you're having sex, if you're whatever, you're masturbating, whatever.
Spit my water.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't really.
No, he does not.
They changed the look of Jason a little bit in this movie. He grew nails overnight for some reason.
What's the character? The girl. He's in the shower singing Tangerine or whatever that song he's singing. That girl, I felt like I wanted her to talk more. Like she was really quiet. Right. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, she was like this. She was like the kind of like shy, like one.
Yeah. I was always like, why can't she just speak up? Like, her friend was a whore, though. I mean, the one that got killed on the raft where she's like, yeah. Wheelchair death. Yeah, that was in part 2, Dan. I always laugh at that. Dan, I was talking when we were talking about part 2. I said I always laugh at that. I'm like, I know you do too because of his head going like this. Like,
yeah. You know, it's funny. The girl you mentioned.
See, like I said, Jason don't care. Jason don't give a shit if you're in a wheelchair.
The one that dies in the raft, like her boyfriend. I think his name is also Paul. He's
yeah.
He's an idiot because he's trying to go after. He's trying to go after the twins, one of the twins. I'm like, dude, you have a hot girlfriend. What are you doing?
Exactly. He takes her clothes off and swims out to the raft.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even care.
Screw you, Paul.
Yeah. Screw you, Paul.
Yeah.
She actually got hypothermia from that.
Yeah, man, she almost died.
I know.
And
That's
ironically enough, the one that saved her was Ted White, who plays Jason. The one that kills her in the movie actually saved her life.
I know.
Yeah.
She's a trooper, though, man. She had to stay out in that water.
Because, Robert Hunt. Yes! I know Robert Humphrey. He's a friend from work.
All right, Robert.
Yeah, I went to live stream. He said, "Come check my live stream, subscribe and all that." Cool. Hey, Bobby. His name is Bobby. I call him Bobby.
What's up, Bobby?
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, we're just talking about Friday 13th. Like I said, we were. This is how we do.
Yeah, we were talking about how Jason doesn't give a shit. He just kills everybody. It don't matter if you're handicapped or you're what. It don't matter.
But yeah, Corey Feldman as Tommy Jarvis was a nod to Tom Savini.
Yeah,
he does the mask and
Tom Savini came back to do the effects.
Mm-hmm. So it was a nod to him because he came back to do the makeup effects.
Because Tom Savini thought he was going to kill off Jason, but apparently that wasn't the case.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the final chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he wanted to end the series killing Jason. I mean,
yeah, and he thought that's what he was going to get.
Yeah,
he thought that
but,
he was going to get.
No better. I mean, everyone knew it was going to make a ton of money, and there will be another one. I mean, come on. It's not in the franchise. If it
what about?
Making...
Honestly, what about that ending though? Like what? Like I think it is so brutal when Tommy is chopping the shit out of him, and he's just going crazy. It's almost like Tommy's going crazy. It's not like Jason's crazy. It's like Tommy is just going nuts. He just doesn't stop.
Die.
Yeah.
His sister's telling him to Tommy,
die.
Hey, thanks for stopping by. Bye, Chucky Doll.
Yeah, see you, Chucky Doll.
Hey, see ya.
Yeah, Tommy goes crazy at the ending. He kills Jason. He's trying to defend Trish, He's trying to defend.
Yeah.
But he goes too far, like happens in the movie.
I still thought though that scene where what's his name, Rob the hitchhiker, when he's in the house and
Yeah, you.
What'd you say, Al?
You.
Yeah, me, Rob. Yeah, the guy, the Rob that goes in the basement, and Jason starts to kill him, and he's like, "Oh, he's killing me." I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, you're muscular, and you could just beat the shit out of Jason, and look like he's a pansy. What a pansy!
Right, I didn't like that. That's a big problem for me. Like,
that guy was huge. I mean, he was huge.
He doesn't even try to fight back. That's the thing.
No, it's almost like an off-screen death because he's against the wall and Jason's stabbing him. He's like, "Oh, he's killing me," and then that's it. You don't see him.
Yeah.
What? The...
How is it? Trish is more tougher than you, man.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Yeah. Rob.
Tommy Jarvis more tougher.
Yeah. The Rob from Friday 13th Final Chapter is a pussy.
He pretty much is.
Yeah.
And we mentioned.
by the way, I never liked that. I never liked the way he died. That was.
And when we mentioned part 2, Rob is the sister of the
brother,
right?
She gets killed in the bed with the other guy having sex.
Andrew, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Rob's sister.
Yeah, and you failed because because you didn't even fight him.
Yeah, your brother's a pussy.
I like how Jason's kind of messing with him because he hears him and he goes back to his tent and his gun barrel is broken. Like Jason's like messing with him,
And it's like this guy, he knows all about Jason because he had the clippings and stuff. Like he knows about him.
Yeah.
Like you think you would be prepared. Well, you're not, you dumbass. Like you're dumb.
No, he wasn't. He's way over his head.
I think that lady with the banana could have taken him.
Yeah. Yeah. I think she put up more of a fight than Rob.
She'd stick a middle finger in Jason's face, like.
She would have thrown a banana at him.
Yeah, eat that. You hungry, Jason? Here.
Banana. But yeah, come to think of it, the ending fight in this one is actually better than 3. I mean, I love 3; it's good, but I prefer this one. They really did a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the part where Tommy looks at the camera like he's gonna kill his sister?
Foreshadowing.
It's like, do you think they had an idea? Good night, Dan.
Good night, Dan.
You're like, Robert says, she takes my hand, and I always laugh when he took the box. That was playing. Always cracked me up. Yeah, that's actually the best part of the movie.
Yeah. We'll get to that though.
Yeah.
That's good.
But you know what's I wanted to mention, like, the mother has an off-screen kill in the movie, which I always thought.
Yeah, she does. Mrs. Jarvis. Yeah.
I always wish they would have kind of showed more with that.
Well, they did. The original ending, it was supposed to be kind of like a dream sequence again, but like with Trish, she finds the dead body of her mother in the bathtub, and she's crying, and then all of a sudden, like, Jason's behind her, and then she wakes up. That was the original ending of that movie. Like, you can find that on YouTube.
I tell you what, I wouldn't live where they live, because it's like they live like out in the sticks, like it literally in the sticks.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
And it's funny because they also mention, like, don't leave the door unlocked. There might be a crazy murderer. You never know. And then Tommy was like, "We live in the country," or something like that. He says,
"Yeah, you stupid. It's not like there's been murders around here. This is Camp Crystal Lake. This is around the area.
Have you been paying attention to the news in the last 2-3 days? Look, like 20 people have died, man." But yeah, I mean, and of course, we can't forget the one scene which many of us can relate to, like when Tommy's about to go to bed, but he sees the guy and the girl having sex.
Yeah, he's like,
excited. Yeah, and of course his mom comes in and gotta stop that.
Yeah,
She closes the blinds.
She probably went back in her room and she was watching it too.
Hey, good thing I wasn't drinking water when you said that, because I would have spit all over the webcam.
I probably would have choked on my pizza.
Oh man.
Yeah. I mean, I can go on with this one.
Yeah, this is great. It's my favorite of the franchise.
Shit, I might have to, like, I have a ranking already. I won't go into it tonight until we do all of them, but like, I might actually get higher in my list now. Now that I'm talking about it.
I mean, it's a great installment to the franchise. I mean, the characters of Jimmy. I'll tell you what, I would not mind having Jimmy and Ted have their own TV show.
I mean, it would have been great.
This is the end of Jason. Like, this is the end of human. Like Jason, this is it.
This is it.
I mean, yeah.
And there's that scene where Tommy hits him with the machete and his head slides in the machete.
Oh, it slides, yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
And there was supposed to be, like, more gore to it, like in the
yeah, it was cool too. Tom Savini's effects are fantastic.
Yeah. I like the one part where Trish tries to stab him in the shoulder and the arm. She's like, "Son of a bitch, I'm gonna give you something to remember me by." And he stabs the lamp. Like, he starts choking. It's funny. Tommy, get the hell out of here! First of all, how did Tommy shave his head so quick without any cuts?
Exactly.
Barber?
Yeah, I mean, I cut myself shaving my face, so I can just imagine what it's like.
He's shaving his head, and he doesn't. What's going on there, man?
Yeah.
I mean, he actually wasn't really bald. They used a bald cap on it. couldn't.
I will say one major thing about this. Even though it has one of the most iconic, crazy dances by Crispin Glover, I am a big fan of Lion, and I love the song "Love Is a Lie." I love that song.
That scene so well that it's weird to think that when they shot it, that wasn't the song that was playing. They were playing "Back in Black" by AC/DC.
Right.
So like
It was
Chris
dubbed
Miller
over.
was actually dancing to AC/DC, and
Yeah.
while filming, which is
weird. Which is weird because the way he was dancing, I can just AC/DC. It just doesn't seem like it even lines up to that.
right.
Like,
yeah. Which, I mean, fun fact: everybody's watching. I did the Crispin Glover dance on camera a year ago.
yeah,
I don't have that footage no more. It's hard to find.
That's a good song though. Like if you listen to the whole song by Lion, it's a good song.
It is, and I don't recommend anybody do the dance. It will make you dizzy. If you try to do it,
if you're gonna do it, make sure you've had a lot to drink. Then it's good. Otherwise, you're just gonna look retarded. So
I did look kind of retarded. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
And on top of that too, me and Alex did a corkscrew video with me and him together back in like 2016.
Yeah, check that out, guys. Those of you who haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's on my channel. Check that out.
Yeah, it's on this channel. Maybe we'll help put it in the link down below when the stream's over. So
yeah. Which fun fact about that, the hardest thing to film that part was actually putting the cleaver in my face. That actually took the longest to film.
Yeah, he actually did it. He actually put the cleaver in his face.
Yeah, but
and he cut himself.
Yeah. That. Oh, you're talking about your.
Huh?
Map. Robert's saying like, oh, the Michael Myers mask in the background. Your end, Rob.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's from the 2018 movie.
Yeah. But you guys got anything more to say about Final Chapter? Because
yeah, it sucks. It sucks. It's the worst one.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you know what? The movie's iconic. It's awesome. 2 thumbs up for me.
Yeah, it's great. It's my favorite of the franchise. It's great characters, great kills. Love Ted White as Jason, Corey Feldman, Crispin Glover, Kimberly Beck who played Trish, Peter Barton who played Doug, Judy Aronson as Sam. I love, I love the characters. I love everything in this. Tom Savini's effects, Joseph Zito's direction, and there's a lot to like about this film, and that's why it's my favorite of the franchise. It's a great installment. So this one gets a big thumbs up for me, and that's why it's my favorite of the franchise.
I also feel Trish is also a little bit underrated.
Mm-hmm.
More people on me.
They didn't do enough for her, I don't think. I wanted to see more with her,
she just disappears after this movie. She survives, but we hear from her again.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think she wanted to come back. I don't know what happened with that. That one I don't know as much. Like when Emmy Steele didn't return, or the Adrian King thing.
Yeah, I don't think there's any info on that. I've looked.
I mean, she embraces it now, in interviews and stuff like that. But and she said if they were to ask her to come back, she would. So now,
but when you get to the next installment, it's kind of a wonder why they didn't have anything. Like, I don't, they wouldn't have asked her anyway. I don't think it would just been weird. But
yeah. This one ended up $34.8 million, a lot of money, and a $2.6 million budget. So it costs around the same as Part 4, and it made almost as much. So again, big money maker.
Yep.
And of course, the last one. This is the before we move on. This is the one that really pissed off Roger Ebert for some reason. Like if you've seen the old Discord Ebert review of it, which a lot of Friday the 13th fans love because it's so funny because he's too serious. Like guys, like don't take these movies too seriously. Like they're just
no, they're not meant for that.
We went on a rant of like, all these movies about telling young people the world's hopeless. Like, dude, it's just a movie.
Dude,
they're looking way too deep into that.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Like, these are not meant to be Oscar contending movies.
Yeah,
no, no. They would, if that was the case, these would get mentioned for something, whether it's music, cinematography. You know what? It's got some good cinematography. I think these movies are great in that aspect.
Yeah,
you know, an Oscar-winning Friday the 13th. I wonder how that would be done. That'd be kind of interesting.
That would piss off so many people.
Yeah. But it'd be kind of funny to see, though.
Yeah, and a lot of these movies, they're underrated in their direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one, yeah.
Why do you think they're so well received in the horror community as far as a horror franchise that's probably the most popular? There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So it's like, again, like these movies weren't for everybody at the time. I mean, they had a certain what's the word I'm looking for? Appeal to just a certain group of people, like younger people.
Well, the cult following hasn't happened, so it's not there yet. So
I mean, like, yeah, like it's one of those things where like these kind of movies for older folks who like grew up with more like the 1930s, 1950s horror films wouldn't like these movies. It's just not.
Yeah.
It's a generational thing.
It's kind of like some of the shit we get today.
Right. Yeah. And young people might like it, but we not gonna like it.
Right. Yeah.
And that's how it is. But yeah, with of course with the success of Final Chapter, merely just a year later, we got Friday 13th Part 5.
Yay!
Beginning.
That's what you call a real hockey.
Right off the bat, this is the funniest Friday 13th movie.
I'm sorry. This movie's awesome. I don't care what anybody says. Some people might say that this is the Halloween 3 of the series. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with anything really. It has a lot to do with the franchise. Tommy Jarvis comes back, that character. Well, I meant like they killed off Jason, and this is not Jason. But I'm saying in that aspect, they killed off Michael Myers, and Halloween 3 didn't have Michael Myers, so it was just a different thing altogether. Yeah, it still continues some of the characters, but
the story, yeah.
This movie could stand on its own. It really could.
Yeah.
You know.
You know what's funny? I saw 3, 4, and 5 this one for the first time in the same day when they're doing the marathon. And at the time, while I was watching it, I was enjoying it. But when you got to the ending with the twist, at the time I hated it. I was like, "What the fuck? Where's Jason?"
I
wasn't that bandwagon, but like after years passed on and I'm watching it again and again, I appreciate like, wait, it went on a different direction. It made sense. It's like, okay, Tommy Jarvis, he's going through PTSD. At the time I didn't like, he didn't talk that much.
Mm-hmm.
No, because he's going through PTSD. As a kid, he almost got killed by Jason.
You know, when you guys talked about, like part 4, you think had the best characters, which I agree. Yeah. Part 4, and then part 3 had some good ones. I think this one has the funniest.
Yes.
Characters. Yeah. The characters in this are hysterical. They're made for you to laugh.
Especially the two characters of Mon Jr.
Oh God, Ethel and her son.
Well, would you shut the fuck up?
You big dildo, eat your fucking slop.
It's like the actors
best goddamn stew ever. Best goddamn stew in the world, mama.
The actress who plays Ethel, she said she was just improvising, and anything that she just thought of just a bunch of cuss words that came out of her mouth. It's like, oh, fuck yeah.
Holy shit! Who the fuck are you, and what the fuck do you want?
That's one ugly man that goes there. It's fucking one ugly man that goes there.
Would you shut your crap?
You ain't so pretty yourself, you know. I ain't pretty myself.
Oh my god! And then she's like, "Hi-ya!" I'm gonna chop you up into itty bitty pieces, my friend, just like they did that. You know what? That fucking crazy farm.
Thomas is cracking up so hard.
Oh my god!
You're gonna kill him. I just say this is just pure. It's like a full up comedy.
Oh fucking goddamn it!
And that's just
Oh shit!
dude.
That's the cool part. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Okay. The reason why all the killing happens in the movie with all the characters, they die because of a chocolate bar. Because of fucking chocolate bar is the reason why everybody dies in this movie.
Well, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know?
Hey, come on, don't be that way.
Oh.
Forget it, Vic. Let's forget it. But I think you're really out of line.
You know, it's sad that the guy who plays Vic passed away years after that movie came out. I think cancer. It sucks.
Yeah, he did. I think he passed away in '95. I think.
Yeah. He was also
right.
Yeah. He was. Speaking of,
dead too. The leader. Yeah.
Yeah, Robert mentioned 1985, The Return of the Living Dead was one of my favorite zombie films. It's actually my favorite zombie film. We mentioned that in one of the last.
Oh, hell yeah. That movie's awesome, dude.
We did a top 5 zombie films, infection films.
And on top of that too, we were talking about the character of Vic.
Top 5.
Since we were on the subject matter of the character of Vic from Part 5, he was suicide in Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah, he was the leader. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yeah. Yes.
On top of that too, Rob, remember Mikey, the Killer Kid movie, Mikey?
Yes, I do.
Remember the guy that played Vic from Part 5 was in it in a small role. Remember when Mikey kills his whole family in the beginning?
Yeah.
And they find him in the closet, and the cop who's asking him the questions.
Yeah.
That's Vic.
Oh.
The cop is Vic. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Vic from Part 5. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. You're right. I totally forgot about that movie.
He's only in it for that scene, but it was just cool to see Vic from Part 5.
That scene.
I mean, Return of the Living Dead. He was great in Return of the Living Dead. You think this is a fucking costume? This is a way of life. Man, fuck you, man.
He told that guy in that scene, like when they're in the cemetery, like "fuck you, ball buster." Well, you know what's funny? But going back to Friday 13th Part 5, you know what's weird about that scene with the axe and the chocolate bar? Like those two guys are both right now. They're both dead. We mentioned.
I know it's sad.
And with cancer. Well, in the case of Joey, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to get into it, but if it's true what they say about him in real life, good riddance.
Yeah.
Good
Isn't
riddance.
that we'll call it Dominic Brazia or something?
Yeah. I'm just saying if that's true, then good riddance. I'm just saying. So Vic was here on the movie.
Yeah.
Look at that way. Like, that's funny. The reason why people die in the movie is over a chocolate bar.
Oh man.
And, like, you have all these like different kind of characters. You have the guy who stutters, who likes the girl. You have the goth chick who likes to listen to music. She does, of course, the dance. She does.
Yeah, you have and what about the fact that this movie is nothing but nudity? It's like you have the redhead who gets naked. You have the girl who goes out. You know what a scene. Everyone knows the scene.
Oh,
I mean,
Debbie Sue Ford.
Tickled bitties, you know, and oh, the guy the guy who played the counts the manager guy. I forgot his name.
Yeah.
The one the one that's above Pam, not forgot his name.
Yeah,
He's been in a lot.
Yeah, he was in Last Crusade. Indiana Jones Last Crusade.
He was in Last Crusade, and he was in An Innocent Man with Tom Selleck. He played a cop.
Yeah,
I think he's been in other cop movies too.
Yeah. But just like the first one, this was also kind of like a mystery. Like you don't know. You probably think it's Jason back, but like, also they kind of play like who could be the killer? Is it Tommy? Is it that guy? So man, like it's like,
if you think about it, they almost give it away because
they do give it.
When Joey's dead, Roy goes over there. He looks at who's underneath the sheet, and he looks at the camera like with this disgusting look, like he's going to do something.
Right.
And there you go. And if you didn't think about that,
I didn't. At the time, I didn't register. But it is obvious. Yeah. Yeah. You think like, why do you keep showing this ambulance driver like all weird and shit? Like, what's up with that?
I know.
And you
but
know,
his mask was a little different too. The mask had like a
blue chevrons.
Yeah, like right here, like a
blue.
Yeah, like a bluish thing.
That was another clue. That was another clue. Like it's not Jason. You know,
you got cool characters of like Reggie the Reckless, and you got. He actually went on. I think he went on to do Family Matters. I think he was in Family Matters, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was also in Different Strokes.
Yeah. Dudley in Different Strokes. Yep.
Yeah.
You scared of spiders? You scared of rubber spiders? You scared of rubber spiders on string? Man, you weren't scared of cat.
I mean, that's cool that you had. That's cool that you had two actors from Return of the Living Dead in this movie.
Right.
Yeah, Michael Jr. and the guy who played Vic.
It's too bad they didn't have like scenes together. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
But
this is the same year as Return of the Living Dead.
Demon, Miguel Nunez, always hilarious, man.
As Demon.
Yeah. So damn enchiladas.
A bus in the damn head.
Yeah.
The damn enchiladas are coming back on me.
You're bitch.
The damn enchiladas. Oh.
All right, Robert. Take care, man. Thanks for stopping by, man.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for stopping by, Robert.
Yeah. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, man.
Definitely.
All right. Yeah. See you back on work on Tuesday, buddy. Yeah. All right, man. Yeah, Demon. that shitbox scene. Oh man, he improvised that too. Man.
Now you're gonna get it, bitch.
Yeah, that whole song is all improvised, man, by him.
Ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby. And she's outside going like this. She's going, "Hey, baby, hey, baby."
Hi, babe. These are for you. You hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, these are for you.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Vic.
You're thinking like, why did Roy kill Demon and his girlfriend? They had nothing to do with anything. Like it's just like,
exactly.
I think he's just pissed at this point. He's just pissed at everybody. I think he was just, honestly, I think he was following Pam and them. So I think they just got in the way because Reggie that's his brother. So hey, don't leave no loose ends. Just
but like, why did he kill those greasers early in the movie? That's a so funny scene, by the way.
Yeah.
Rat-tat-tat. Another guy's just randomly singing. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. Start one car, you asshole.
He's like, start the car, you fucking asshole. A rat-tat-tat-tat-tooey. A rat-tat-tat.
People say like they never say it in the movie because they say like, oh, hurry up, man. Those cunts are not gonna wait. They're trying to go get cunts. But like, those are the first gay characters in the Rat-tat movie. I don't say this specifically, but you can always like.
No, you know who that kid is? The one that's saying Rat-tat-tooey? He's from Critters.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's from Critters.
Who played Critters?
He played the son in Critters, the little kid with the family.
Really, Scott Grimes?
He was the kid. Yeah, he was
Oh, I
smaller.
didn't know that, man. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Wow. Really, I gotta look that up. I didn't even know that. Yeah, it's just like this was the first movie where they would kind of introduce characters just to kill them off. Like they had that waitress and that one guy who was sniffing cocaine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where she's in the mirror, she's looking at herself in the mirror, and she says the infamous line, "It's showtime." She flashes just out of nowhere, man. And yes, and a lot of people already know this. This movie was directed by a porn director, so it makes sense why you have.
Danny Simon.
Yeah, who also passed away.
That's okay.
Yeah,
That's all right.
From what I heard about Danny Steinman, I heard he wasn't really the best guy to be around.
Yeah, he was kind of mean, I think.
Kind of a dick.
Right. Yeah, but if you look, but he's really funny in the commentary where it's him and John Shepard and Shavard Ross. It's really funny, man. I remember listening to that every time. It was a great commentary.
And ironically enough, it's kind of funny.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What's kind of funny is that both John Shepard and Shavard Ross went on to be like Christian people, like in churches.
Right. Yeah.
Yet they still did commentary for Part 5, which I think is freaking awesome.
Oh yeah, they have still embraced the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I find cool. Like these Christian men that went on to be like churchmen goers,
Yeah.
They still embrace the Jason franchise.
Yeah.
They even did interviews for Crystal Lake Memories, which I think
They did. They were there, and like in the commentary, every time there's a nude scene, Shavard Ross is like, "I'm covering my eyes. You can't see it, but I'm covering my eyes."
Hey, I don't know. Also, Danny Steinman said that there was tons of nudity cut out. This had even more nudity in it. Cut out.
Like a lot of the cut out too.
When you say that, like there was going to be a lot more nudity, like you said, like wouldn't this been like more of an X-rated movie because if all the nudity was still in there?
It probably would have been. If it's like in Part 2, they had to cut out how many seconds I said for an X rating. This one, I think he just hit the mark of it being an X-rated. He had to cut out, but still, the way he described it was that he shot a porno in the woods. And if you think about it,
the porno director, it makes a lot of sense.
Well, I mean that scene where she, the two are having sex in the woods. Think of all those shots they did with them having sex, and then it goes to that homeless guy that's looking at them in the woods. Like there must have been more to.
Oh yeah, he said in interviews, he said that scene was supposed to go on a lot longer. He practically it was a sex scene. And
there was also a fake title to this movie called Repetition.
Yeah.
It was called Friday the 13th, the Repetition, and people, the lead actor, John Shepard wasn't even aware of the actual story behind it because they faked the title.
Right. Yeah, they would tend to do that with these movies a lot of times.
John Shepard as Tommy, like what I liked about him, I like how he fought. He was like a fighter.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Like
even though he didn't have any dialogue, it was still a really good performance too.
He almost reminded me of Billy from the Power Rangers.
Yeah, he really does.
Really?
He looks just like him if you look at him.
Kind of. He does wear glasses too. It's
yeah.
Interesting. I never caught that. Yeah. I like how he's kind of struggles with this mentality. He's going off the rails slowly. He keeps seeing Jason everywhere. He's taking pills. He can't control his anger. He's been on and off medication, like they said.
Well, John Hawk actually appeared as Jason in the opening dream sequence.
Right.
Corey Feldman as well.
Right, and he also was the stunt for Roy. When he fell off the barn and stuff. So that's when he has the dream of Jason. Of course, you're seeing real Jason. That's real Jason.
I thought. Yeah. Because you see the red chevrons.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
You see this mask from part. Well, it's part 4.
Yeah.
in those dream
Right.
sequences.
And then Corey Feldman appearance, of course.
Yeah.
Wasn't this around the time when Corey Feldman was doing Goonies?
Yeah, he around the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, because he had done Gremlins, and then it's like Goonies. It was
they did like Ways, Dream a Little Dream, License to Drive.
Yeah, like, if he hadn't done Goonies, he would have been in this movie.
Yeah.
More. Yeah.
Oh,
right.
I think Goonies though was much more of a better choice though, in my opinion.
Oh, hell yes.
It's hard to say no to Goonies. Like, oh, that was the role for him. So it's like,
that's like one of the most iconic films ever made.
I mean, it's like I kind of wish they make more kids films like that nowadays. Sadly, we don't get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sad thing.
They don't make movies like that no more. That's for sure.
Well, movies. The closest we ever got to Goonies was Super 8, but I didn't think Super 8 was as good as Goonies.
No, Super 8 was decent.
It was fun.
It was okay.
Yeah,
it was all right.
It was good, but it's just like to capture the essence of the '80s, you had to be in the '80s.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the reasons why. I mean, I don't want to get ahead to ourselves, but Friday 13th is never going to be the same again because it doesn't have that '80s vibe to it no more. It's like that was part of the charm.
Yeah, that's true.
But John Shepard is underrated as Tommy in this movie.
Yeah. Would you say that he's your favorite like adult Tommy Jarvis, or would you say like Tom Matthews is better?
Tom Matthews is mine.
I like both. Well, they're both different anyway, but it's like which one do you prefer? You prefer Tommy struggling with his with mine, or do you prefer
I think
Tommy who was more level-headed and takes charge? Yeah, that's how
I don't really know.
I think it's just actor-wise. I'm a big fan of Tom Matthews. I just like him. I think he was perfect for the role.
Ironically enough, Tom Matthews was in Return of the Living Dead.
Exactly.
It's like three guys in Return of the Living Dead in the same franchise. You have Vic, Demon, and Tommy Jarvis, all from Return of the Living Dead.
He was also in part 2 as well.
Yeah, that's right. He was.
Yeah. One big problem I have with the movie, though, as much as I like it, and as much as I think it's underrated, I don't think the character Pam is great. She kind of pisses me off at the end where she's running and she's just like she falls. She's like, oh no! I'm like, come on, yeah, she's not much of a fighter.
To me, she kind of sends mixed signals. It's like first she's tough and then she's not.
Right.
It's like
it's kind of like she's definitely like on the lower end of like the female leads in the franchise.
Yeah, she at this point where I think she's not in the level of.
I probably say like much better than I would say she's probably much better than say like Jensen Daggett, but we'll get to that though.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, here's an interesting tidbit. We were talking about Corey Feldman. His scenes that were shot in this movie were shot in his parents' backyard in his LA home with a rain machine.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
When you watch that, if you watch that, it's there's no way it doesn't even look like a set. It doesn't even look like
really good. I didn't know that. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. Never knew that.
Backyard. Yeah. Man.
Yep.
That's really interesting.
And he shot him on his days off because, of course, Goonies.
Yeah.
So.
Wait, if Corey Feldman would have come back, would he have been bald again? Because remember he shaved his head, and at the end of the final chapter, like it's like.
Well, no, it just depends on how many years they were going to do it after.
If it was Corey Feldman throughout the whole movie, it couldn't have been more than like 1 year, later. So maybe he would have had short hair.
Yeah,
I'm sure his hair would be back, but I mean it.
Yeah. Imagine if he was just bald throughout the whole movie.
Yeah, that'd be weird. Yeah.
But even though the kills are cut, like to shreds because of MPA, this one the MPA was really going after this franchise.
Yeah, especially like Part 7, especially.
This one when they started, they really push hard against this movie, this franchise. I like the kills anyway. I mean, even I wished there would have been an uncut version, but sadly, I think I don't know.
We're not going to get any uncut versions of this except for the first movie.
Right. And the character of Junior, like that was supposed to be Randy Quaid, wasn't it? Right.
He really did seem like the kind of thing Randy Quaid probably would have done.
Right.
Probably.
He asked Randy Quaid, but he said no, and then he got someone who looks like him.
I think the kills were cool in this. Like, I like the strap kill where he straps that guy's head and he starts turning the stick until it breaks.
That was one death that was cut by the MPAA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of the best. I think that was one of the best deaths in the movie.
Almost all the kills were cut. Like
even the shears to the eyes weren't even fully there. I mean, it was cut away.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this has a lot of really good deaths in the franchise, like this movie, and this is like Alex said, this is when the MPAA was really starting to go to town.
You know what's funny? Even though it's not Jason, he breaks through the door like he's unstoppable.
He's angry.
Gross,
he has the same motivation as Pamela Voorhees.
Right. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's really what it is, except for a mom and a dad.
But then, we got Heezy in the house.
Easy.
That's why he's called Heezy, because of Voorhees.
Yeah.
That was just a rap name for years. Yeah, Strap Kill was great.
Yeah, it was.
You know what's I always find is hilarious? When like Reggie finds the bodies in Tommy's room, he screams and Pam bumps into like what is it? Reggie, it's me, Pam. What is it? What is it, man? Reggie.
Yeah.
And he's like, at Tommy's room. And she's like, okay, just stay here. And she goes in there. It's from Reggie's point of view, and just see the thunder going, and you hear her scream. Ah! It's kind of like a comedy, dude. It's just shot.
I like that. I like that dude who stutters. He was trying to get with that Robin chick, and he's like, I want to make love with you. And like and she like laughs at him, and he's like, I didn't mean to.
I didn't mean it.
I felt bad for that kid, man. He was trying to get laid, and he got rejected.
Yeah, and
what a team, though. That girl's a bitch, man. She goes upstairs and she takes her shirt off. She's naked for everybody else but him. Like, fuck you.
It's one thing to get rejected, and then there's another thing to just laugh at your face like that. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, she just laughed at it. What the fuck? Just punch her in the face.
I'm like, why are you laughing? It's not like he's like that way out of your league or anything.
Let's get one thing straight. You're all at that camp because you're freaking crazy, right? There's no need to laugh at him,
Yeah. What's wrong? But like, that's the funny thing. Like, what kind of mental hospital is that? What the fuck?
I think that Ethel needs to be there. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
she needs to be there.
Everybody with bombs and trying to kill them and chopping them into little pieces. Like, what's going on there? Yeah. Today, you look well this morning, Ethel. Oh, horse shit, Sheriff.
I got a bomb on me. I swear to you.
Yeah. It's my final word.
I'm gonna blow this whole place up.
That would get you arrested nowadays, man. You said that.
I love when she's making the soup, and then she's like, "Come in here and eat your dinner." She spits in the pot.
She's like putting like seasoning, all these veggies, and then she spits on it. She
washes her hands in that shit. She got this pot, and she's going like this. She's going like this with her hands, like.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's like Smith's Grove of Crystal Lake. It's the Smith's Grove.
Yeah, I guess that would be true because again, is it in Crystal Lake? Because obviously there's a lot of shit in Crystal Lake.
Well, there's a lake, right?
We got mental hospitals, we got mansions, we got yachts.
Yeah. We got biker gangs. We got
biker gangs, yeah, man.
Yeah, what's going on in that town?
We got a grocery store.
Yeah. Yeah. People dying and people coming back to life.
I like I said, Jason's got a lot of territory.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really does. He covers a lot of ground.
Yeah, I said that I wasn't happy when I first saw it because it wasn't Jason. Did you guys feel the same way, right?
Yeah, when I saw it back then,
I remember
did
very, very well. I remember very well on Rob's old channel back in 2009 because, ironically enough, I think I told the story before about Rob's channel when I first discovered him in 2009. The first video that I ever watched of his was when he reviewed the Crystal Lake to Manhattan box set. I remember that was like the first video I ever, because I remember I just typed in Friday the 13th like review or something like that on the search engine on YouTube, just like to see like other reviews of the franchise, and all of a sudden like one of Rob's videos popped up, and it was the review of the box set that I had. I'm like, ooh, let's see what this guy is, and I loved it, Then that's how I really discovered Rob, and that's how I've gotten to know him ever, since today. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And I remember.
Yeah, I remember your one of your first videos too. Well, actually, a lot of your videos.
Yeah.
When your Cannibal Holocaust reaction and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then after that, I remembered watching like all the short films that you did and all the reviews with Dan, like Superman 4 and all that stuff. I remember all those. But I remember very distinctly about that video. I remember when Rob first talked about that box set. I remember Rob saying how Part 5 was a mistake and he wasn't a big fan of Part 5 and things like that. I remember that very well. And you know what? Neither was I. I kind of felt the same way. Like I remember when it wasn't Jason, I was really disappointed because I was always used to seeing Jason Voorhees. But you know, but it was one of those things though where I kind of watched them out of order first before I watched the whole franchise in chronological order. So I think that helped being in chronological order, like taking into account this is like in the same vein as like a Halloween 3 where they killed off Jason and now it's time to do something different. But you know, the main difference between this and Halloween 3 is that Halloween 3 has like no connections to Michael Myers or nothing like that. While this one though brings back some characters from Part 4, and it does technically still have the Jason character, but it's not technically Jason. But it's not like Jason Goes to Hell where Jason's not really in. It's like more about being possessed by Jason. But I remember being disappointed at first, but taking into account what this was about, watching it in order, I came to appreciate it more. And and like Alex said before, I can't really tell you though, which one's my favorite guy to play Tommy Jarvis, either Tom Matthews or John Shepard. But if I had to lean toward one though, I'd probably go with John Shepard, just because even though he didn't have much dialogue, I think his facial expressions, the way he used those, I thought he was great and things like that. And I love that. And of course the dog's barking when I'm talking about this.
It happens.
He's probably disappointed about Part 5 as well. Never mind.
Really
But I remember though, and ironically too, if you really think about it, Alex is right. This whole thing started over fucking chocolate.
Yeah, it did.
Like the dude just gave him a fucking chocolate bar.
Yeah, and by the way, when you get the explanation of who Roy was and why he killed everybody, he had a newspaper clipping of Jason in his wallet. Who took the picture of Jason?
Listen. Here's a plot. Here's a plot gap. Don't you think Roy should have been more pissed at Vic than any of those people?
Ironically enough, Vic got away scot-free.
Why not go to the jail and kill him, and then that's it? Who cares about everybody else? Vic is the one who killed your kid.
Vic did it.
Yeah. And he was proud. He got arrested, and they had him in the cop car. He was like, "Yeah, I killed him."
Yeah, he was like, "Ha ha ha!" Like, yeah, hey, eat that.
Again. Yeah.
Vic gets away. It's crazy.
This is supposed to be the going in a different direction. Tommy Jarvis was supposed to be the killer from then on. Because at the end, he gets the mask. and he puts it on, and you think he's about to kill Pam, but he goes to the credits. So, yeah, he was supposed
Well,
to be
you know what? Just
Halloween
be
4.
careful nowadays. Don't trust anybody nowadays. Don't offer anybody chocolate, no matter what you do.
Especially if they have an axe and they seem very angry. Don't bother them.
I mean, they wouldn't be. They'd probably shoot you nowadays. But just don't offer no one chocolate.
If somebody angry with an axe is chopping wood and tells you to leave them alone, leave them alone.
Yeah, like what was the problem? Obviously, he wasn't all there. He don't understand.
And why would they give him an axe in the first place? He has anger.
Yeah, exactly. This guy's crazy. You give him an axe to chop wood.
What kind of place is this?
But here's the thing, though. Here's my thing that's really confusing about the character of Vic, right? You got to take into account, right? This is a halfway house, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck would you give this guy an axe?
Exactly.
Why?
Why even be surprised if that happened?
He must have had a few good days. You know, he must have gotten an A on his fucking mental report card or something. And hey, let's have him do a good deed. Let's have him chop.
Hey, here's an axe for your good effort. Here you go.
Go chop some wood. That'll do some work.
That would release your aggression.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not only did he just like hit him with the axe once, he cut him up in like pieces, man.
He hacked him to death.
Honestly, I'm surprised the girls didn't kill Joey because he was annoying to them. They were getting annoyed of him.
Oh yeah. Like Joey. Yeah.
I'm here to help you.
And then when he's like people think I'm some sort of pig or something. Like, dude, use a napkin. You have chocolate stains all over your mouth.
Yeah, they think you're a pig because you're acting like one. Get that. Look at your face.
Yeah. He had like 5 different chocolate bars in his pockets.
Yeah.
And he tells me, don't tell the girls. About what? Do you have chocolate bars? Oh my god.
Oh man. Oh.
Like just was part 4. We can go on about this one, man. This is
yeah.
Oh.
This kind of has the same meaning as Halloween 4, where you think, one of the heroes is gonna become the killer, but no, it gets retconned in the next movie.
That's right.
Yeah, this one, and people like Halloween 4. People didn't really like this one that much, but this one went on to make less than part 4. It made only.
I will say, I like this. I like this movie more than Halloween 5.
Oh yeah, way better than Halloween 5, man.
I don't think Heezy will be happy about that.
I'm sorry, Heezy. Halloween 5 sucks, and Halloween and way better.
I've given that movie 1,000 chances, man. I'm just bored. The only good thing is when she gets naked in the barn and they have sex. That's about it. Then I shut it off.
Yeah, but the part 513 Part 5 went on to make only $21.9 million.
So basically, was it like on the same level as the budget or the amount that Part 2 made?
Yeah, and the budget for Part 5 was like around $2.2 million. So
it still made a profit.
It still made a lot of profit, but it
still made money. Yeah.
Yeah, it still made money.
It was a big decline from 3 and 4.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and a lot of the biggest reason why, because people felt cheated that it wasn't Jason. I mean, it didn't.
Well, look at it this way. Look at it this way. This is the 5th installment to a franchise, so it's like you would think that it would decline anyway because you keep having sequel after sequel after sequel.
Right.
You know,
every year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much every year.
It's kind of like It's kind of like how Adam Sandler released a movie like almost every year on his.
So the same type of slasher, you gotta change it up a bit, or else it's gonna become stale.
That's why I appreciate the movie, is because it's different. They changed it up enough.
They do try to do something different, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like again, it's like hard to please everybody. People are gonna say, "Oh, same thing all over again," and then when you do something different, "Oh, why can you? Well, why can't you just keep it the same way?" Like,
Yeah, you can't please everybody.
yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, but with the backlash in the lower box office, they they were gonna go one direction and decided to bring the big guy back, um,
Mr. Frankenstein.
which the Frankenstein, yes.
Teenage
Um,
Frankenstein.
we got Friday 13th, Part 6. Jason Lives.
What I got to
That's
say,
why
Lives,
Fox
bitch.
makes sure-
I'll tell you what, that's one of my favorite posters of the whole franchise.
That's a pretty
And
cool
if-
one. It is.
If you remember the teaser trailer for this one, you can look it up on YouTube. It was just the casket coming up from the ground and then it opens and it's empty. Like that was the teaser trailer. Like Jason
Yeah,
out
that
of his
teaser,
grave, walking around again. He's back.
that
Well,
teaser is cool.
you know that was the inspiration for this film is Frankenstein. That's what they wanted him to be. Is
Yep.
I mean, he gets struck by lightning
Mhm.
and they bring him back to life. So it's reminiscent.
If you think about it, Jason is really a corpse in this. He's like Maggot City.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And
He was dead.
Tom McLaughlin wrote and directed this one, so he's kind of like a punk rocker. So he kind of added like that to the movie, having Alice Cooper in the soundtrack.
And I think Tom McLaughlin directed a couple of other things too.
Yeah, I can't name them by memory, to be honest. But you know what's funny? I actually spoken to the guy. I spoken I'm not talking like messages, but I spoken to him on the phone. Quick story. I had a little tried to do a podcast with myself years ago. I did like a kind of like a Friday 13th. It was like supposed to be a celebration, like with the. I don't know what anniversary was it. I think it was the 35th anniversary, I guess, something like that. And I posted the link to it in the Friday 13th group, and he was in that group. So he saw that, he decided to call in, and I was shocked that he called him of all people. The director of Part 6, Friday 13th, called my phone and talked to me on the phone. Like, oh, that's crazy. Like, I was starstruck. I was like, I didn't know what to say. I was like, hi, Tom McLaughlin, director of Friday 13th Part 6.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's cool, man.
you know, he originally wanted to have Friday the 13th be in the snow.
Oh, so he was the
movie?
first one. Yeah.
He wanted to make a movie where there was snow on the ground. That's what he still wants to do that. He wants that's what he wants.
I honestly think that'd be kind of a cool idea.
Yeah.
But I think like
And
they didn't. I'm pretty
on
sure
top of
the
that, too, little thing with Tom McLaughlin.
Yeah.
He also directed Sometimes They Come Back.
Oh, I love that movie. Stephen King. Yeah.
Mhm. Yes, he did the first movie. Yep.
I'm missing. Paramount didn't want to make a movie in the snow because they probably think, oh no, that's too differently. Let's bring it back to the camp. Let's bring it back in the summer. You know.
Mhm.
It would be a lot more. It would be a lot more budget probably to do it that way. But I don't know. I think it would have worked.
Yeah, I still want to. I still want to see that. No.
And speaking of Part 6, if you think about it, like we were saying with Part 4, this in Part 4 like considered among a lot of fan favorites of the franchise.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure, it is. Yeah.
I'd probably say this is probably my favorite Jason film. Probably, I don't know, like it's definitely out there for in my top 5 of the Jason.
Yeah, this is definitely my top 5.
This is for sure my top 5. I mean, you got C.J. Graham and Dan Bradley who played Jason.
Yeah.
C.J. Graham is great as Jason. C.J. Graham is
underrated Jason.
Yeah.
C.J. Graham is great.
Yeah.
From what I remember too, if I remember correctly, C.J. Graham was a Marine.
He was, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Believe he was.
This
And
is
of
this.
course,
For me, this one with Part 4 has one of the best cast.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of that, the decision they were going to have Reggie and Pam return for this, but they were going to kill him off in the beginning, which would have been stupid.
Right.
Oh, that was fucking dumb.
Stupid. So they had their contract terminated. So they
Actually,
decided to go with the new, huh?
Actually, Shavar Ross said that he didn't like that and he didn't want to do it if they're gonna kill him off.
Well, you know what? I'm glad he said no and said no.
Because I actually,
Seriously, Shavar Ross is like one of my favorite characters in the franchise.
Yeah, I actually don't like that when they do that, when they have him survive one movie and then like they just bring him back just to kill him off. Like, come on, man! Like they went through all.
You know what that reminds me of? You know that really reminds me of Halloween Resurrection.
Right.
That's exactly what it reminds me of.
That and Halloween 5, what they did to Ellie Cornell.
Yes.
They killed her off.
I know you guys like Dream Master Part 4 Elm Street, but that's one of the reasons why I don't like that movie, because what they do with the
I mean, I will agree with you on that. They shouldn't have killed off all the characters, but I still like that movie.
Mm-hmm.
But I like Lisa Wilcox. I like Patricia Arquette.
Yeah, Lisa Wilcox is awesome. She's
Tuesday night.
Tuesday night. Yeah.
This movie was kind of like the first one to be like self-aware, because they mention horror movies. They mention like they have this. It has the kind of like a meta vibe to it, like way before Scream ever did. Like
You got a cameo from was it Tony Goldwyn from Ghost?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the one that dies with the spear.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also the James Bond entrance, the intro.
Yeah, the humor.
Yeah.
Which I think it's funny. I know there are some fans that don't like that. I get that. I get why, but I think it works. Because,
fans were disappointed, even though the last one was a financial success. This one, fans wanted
was even more
Jason.
successful.
Yeah, it was even more successful. I mean, it was like a $3 million budget, made like 20 million?
Yeah,
something like that.
Estimated 19.7 to be exact. But
19. Okay, about almost 20 million.
This was the first Friday 13 movie that got actually somewhat decent reviews. Like even critics kind of said.
Other than Part 1, it has like a 60-some% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Right, but I mean at the time though.
Oh no, this has a 52%. Never mind, I take that back.
But like compared to all the other Friday 13 movies,
This is how you can compare Jason to other killers. There's two versions of Jason. There's the human Jason and there's the dead Jason, or the corpse Jason, so to say. You can't say that with like Michael Myers or Freddy's already dead, but I'm just saying like this is what's cool about Jason. It's like you can love two versions of him.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like both versions. Like
I like both too. I love both actually. I know.
I don't prefer one over the other. I think they're both great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, for sure.
And on top of that too, I don't know if you guys know, but the original idea was to have Tommy Jarvis as the bad guy.
Yeah, I said that before in what's in my part 5, but like fans didn't like that, So it's like just like in Halloween 4, where you thought Jamie was gonna be the killer in the next one, but it didn't happen. Like every time they try to do that, every time they try to make someone else the killer.
Really think about this. Part 6, Jason Lives. This was really the inspiration for the self-referential humor that Wes Craven and Kevin Williamson would do in Scream.
Yeah. This was very fresh to do this at the time. It was ahead of its time. Yeah.
And it's got one of my favorite deaths in the whole franchise too.
The backbreaking.
This has got some of my favorite songs from Alice Cooper.
Yeah.
I love "Man Behind the Mask." That's an amazing song.
Mm-hmm. Great soundtrack too. Love the soundtrack.
Yeah. I love the soundtrack.
And on top of it, I was going to say my favorite death of the film, and it's also one of my favorites of the franchise in general. It's when the guy gets thrown against the tree and the smiley face on the tree.
Oh, okay. I think you were gonna see the backbreaking one.
That was a cool death, yeah.
That one's like
Yeah. But I like the one with the smiley face because I thought it was kind of a tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
Sort of like a tongue in cheek, kind of like death, like kind of humorous one.
Oh yeah, freaking like that whole scene where they're playing paintball. It feels like it feels like kind of like Ernest Goes to Camp or something like that, right? With the music.
Dude, I love when he shoves that girl's face in the bathroom stall.
Oh
He
yeah,
shoves her through the wall. That's so cool.
yeah. It's funny. This is the only Friday 13th that has no nudity.
No,
That's
you're right.
well, the only thing sexual you get is when Tom Matthews puts his head in between her legs, and she's like, "It's going to be a hairy turn," and he's like, "Yeah," like that's the only thing sexual.
Yeah, well, the girl and the guy are having sex in the RV, but you don't see any. You don't.
Oh
see
yeah. Okay, yeah. There's that too. Yeah.
But there's no nudity. She doesn't. She don't show her breasts or anything like that.
Yeah, that's true.
First for this franchise, and the only one. The only one, yeah. That's it. Which is different. Which is on top of it, she's like, "You're the best."
You're the best. You're the best.
Yeah.
You're the best around. No one's gonna ever keep you down.
Like, wait till the song ends. Like, how long? How much longer? About a minute or something. A minute and a half. Oh God, I can't last long. And that guy,
he was high maintenance. My God.
That guy was John Travolta's nephew. That guy who played Court, yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, Tom Fridley.
Yeah, he played Court.
Yeah, he's John Travolta's nephew.
Tom Fridley.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's
I tell you what, it was kind of cool seeing Tony Goldwyn before he did Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I probably, like I said, Tom Matthews is great as Tommy Jarvis. This is the last of the Tommy Jarvis era.
Yeah.
This is the end of the Tommy Jarvis trilogy.
Yep.
Because it started with part 4.
Trilogy, yeah.
Yeah, it was part 4, part 5, part 6 was the Tommy Jarvis trilogy.
Yeah.
And I really like one of my favorite female leads is Jennifer Cook as Megan.
Yeah, she's strong and she's a strong character.
Cook as Megan.
She has a lot of personality and sass to her, and yeah. Like she's definitely one of the top final girls in this franchise.
And I know she was mainly known for, other than this film, was that NBC series called V.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it V?
V, yeah, like the letter V.
Is that the same one that Robert Englund was in?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she was
so there's that connection, the Elm Street connection to
she played whatchamacallit. She was the post-metamorphosis of Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot Michael Ironside was in that show too. That's right.
I like how they actually finally have kids in the camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool too.
Yeah. I thought it brought kind of more like a
it was actually like, it kind of reminded me of like Jurassic World when the park was finally opened.
Right.
And you see customers. Like in this movie, it's like you finally get to see a camp that is up and open and going.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah. Because like Jason and Mrs. Voorhees and Jason always try to stop him before they even started. And here he's been dead, and he finally wakes up. But once he wakes up, it's already been open.
But again, this is a camp in Crystal Lake, so damn, Crystal Lake is huge.
Yeah, but like they changed the name this time. They call it Forest Green.
Yeah, but still within Crystal Lake, obviously.
You know what's funny? You know how I mentioned like earlier, like how people think it's a like how Paul talked about the legend of Mrs. Voorhees and Jason and all that. Like, and here like they talk about it as well, but they play it off like Jason, is he real or not? And all this, like, wouldn't they think he is real? I mean, that's happened. That's in the local news. There was a boy named Jason. There was a Mrs. Voorhees that killed people in Crystal Lake. Like, why is this like played off as like something that might not happen? I don't know.
There should be like newspaper clippings and there should be
a whole bunch. The Jason murders were well documented in part 5. That the people he killed in 2, 3, and 4 are in records. And people know about this, but like in part 6, they still go like, "Oh, was he ever really real?" What do you mean?
Like, duh.
And then they do the same thing in the later sequels. It's like, oh, well, I don't know. It's like one of those things.
I don't know.
And no one, you all get
And
killed.
has a role in Jason Lives. Ron Palillo from Welcome Back, Kotter.
Yeah.
Horshack from Welcome Back, Kotter has a role.
I honestly think Corpse Jason is harder to. He's harder to injure.
Yeah.
Because he's unstoppable.
Yeah.
You can't. Yeah, you shoot him a bunch of times. Coming at you. Yeah,
and of course he gets the machete. The all famous machete.
Yes. Mm-hmm. You know what's funny? In this one, there's a little girl called Nancy, and and she about how she had she saw a scary man. Like, are you sure it wasn't a dream? No, it wasn't. Was that supposed to be not to Elm Street? A little girl named Nancy who has.
Yeah.
It had to be. It had to be.
That is creepy though when Jason's in there and he looks really slow at the girl.
Yeah.
Like that would creep me the hell out.
Yeah. Is he gonna kill her? Is he gonna attack her or what?
No. I know.
In this one, since he's a zombie, you don't know if he's capable of killing a child or not. I mean, he does scare them at that one point when he breaks through the cabin and they're all like freak out, but he doesn't kill them.
That's one thing I liked about Halloween 2018 is that Michael didn't stop at killing kids either.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It makes him more threatening because he's capable of killing anybody. It's like
I know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're that evil.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And I like, and this also has a lot of humor to it. Like the cops, it's their dialogue. Like wherever the red dot goes, you bang.
Oh my God. Am I just seeing things? Delbert Grady? You mean from The Shining? That's awesome.
Just seeing him. Cool.
Delbert Grady.
Yeah. We got a celebrity in the house.
I love that name. The Shining is my favorite horror movie of all time, so that's why I got that. Yeah.
Huh? 2008. Oh, 2018 was best last year. I think it's time ago. 2018. Halloween 2018. 2000s. Yeah, it's one of the best ones. Of the 2000s, sure. But yeah, you guys got anything more to add?
No, it's this is one of those. I agree with everybody that say that this is one of the better ones. So
yeah, it's definitely one of the best installments.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
And originally, this was supposed to have a different ending altogether. Like, you were supposed to see Jason's father, Elias Voorhees, at the end of the movie. Like he was the one paying the grave digger, like to look out for Jason's grave, make sure he doesn't wake up and shit like that. Like that was supposed to be the ending of the movie. That was never shot, but it was storyboarded. They changed.
There were supposed to be some things that got cut too, were like praying to God and like praying to that. They thought it was too many references to God in it. Like the little girl was supposed to pray for Tommy in a scene.
Mm-hmm.
Like
and she does a little bit, like when Jason's looking at her, like you mentioned that scene. She's trying to
yeah,
and then he goes away. Like and I love the final battle between Tommy and Jason.
Oh, great! One of the best finales in the franchise.
Yes, you see him walking in the water, which he's not afraid of water. Running you.
Yeah.
He walks in the water calmly. Goes in the water.
Well, did you know that John Shepard was asked to do this though?
Yeah.
He was asked to do it, but he was doing this I think film called Caught. And it had something to do with, I guess, religious aspects to it because evangelical Christian, obviously. But.
Yeah. I thought I read somewhere differently in the world, like he didn't do it because it was different. They went on a different direction that he thought they were gonna go.
Well, said he was attracted. He was attracted to Tommy Jarvis, his role, but I don't think he was attracted to the actual story of where they were going to go.
Right. He didn't want him. He didn't want him being like, oh, have to fight Jason again. Like, oh,
he actually retired though. Like after he did that movie, he like retired like right after. Like he didn't do anything else.
Yeah, but I mean, he still talks about, like you said, he still talks about Friday 13th Part 5 fondly. So that's cool.
Yeah.
But then again, it's like he would have been, imagine John Shepard acting like all differently.
I know.
He's talking like it would have been weird. So
I
think
what's ironic enough, you know who was offered the role of Jason in this movie?
Who?
Ted White.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ted White stated in interviews that he was offered the opportunity to return to the role of Jason, who he portrayed in Part 4, but he turned down the role. White stated that in hindsight, he should have accepted the offer.
Yeah, because he wasn't happy at the time. He didn't like Friday 13th. No.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have the best experience working on Part 4. He had arguments with Joseph Zito. He hated Corey Feldman. He said like he hated Corey Feldman.
Oh, like how Corey Feldman was kind of like a pain in the ass.
Yeah, he's got a record like he wanted to like crush his little skull. That's what he said. He also said like when they filmed the scene where like he jumps through the window and grabs Tommy, like he really grabbed him, like he really scared him. He's like, I'm gonna get this punk,
Ironically enough,
he said,
Corey Feldman,
like he's bugging him.
You know what's kind of funny about this movie? You know who was offered the role, or not the role, but you know who was offered the chance to direct Scream?
Who?
Tom McLaughlin.
Oh, what? Really? Oh, I can see why.
McLaughlin was actually offered a chance to direct Scream in the mid-'90s. The gig was given to Wes Craven. He declined, but during the process, he met Kevin Williamson, who admitted that the fantastically self-aware Part 6 was an influential film for him on his path to eventually writing Scream. So, in a way, Tom McLaughlin kind of gave them a kind of like a precursor to doing the script for Scream.
Yeah. This movie, the meta humor in this one was ahead of its time. Yeah. People mention like Scream, and then also people mention like, oh, New Nightmare 2. Like, actually, this movie was before those. Yeah.
And Tom McLaughlin's wife actually acts in this too.
Yeah, she plays the girl in the car.
Mm-hmm. Nancy McLaughlin.
Yeah. She offers Jason money and credit cards at the American Express. Never leave home without it. Yeah.
Yeah, the one with Tony. She's the one with Tony. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
she's the one that says like, I've seen enough horror movies to know a widow with a mask is never friendly.
Yeah. And on top of that too, like all the stuff, the self-referential, mentions, like Megan mentions about Cunningham Road. It's an nod to Sean S. Cunningham. There's a remember Tommy mentioned the grocery store called Karloff's, which is a nod to Boris Karloff.
Yeah.
Sheriff Garris mentioned the town called Carpenter, which is a nod to John Carpenter. And on top of that too, there is a name named Sissy in this, which is a nod to Sissy Spacek and Carrie. And on top of that too, the character of Sissy wears a jacket with the name Baker on it, which is a nod to Angela Baker from Sleepaway Camp. So that's what I mean. I can definitely see how Kevin Williamson and Wes Craven were really inspired by this to do Scream.
Yeah.
Because then you had the character of Randy making all the stuff, like in how Randy spoiled the end of the original Friday the 13th. But yeah.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah, but
that's a good one.
Yeah, I think one of the most fun aspects of this movie, like I mentioned before, is all the breaking the fourth wall. Like they mentioned the Sleepaway Camp and Sean S. Cunningham and Boris Karloff, like John Carpenter.
At the caretaker at the cemetery, he looks at the camera. Like he says, "Some people have weird." What do you say? Like some people have a weird, strange way of entertainment. Yeah. And when when he sees Tommy yelling at the cops like, no, look, check the grave. He's Jesus is alive. Check his grave, and then like the guy who's like, check, like dig him up. What does he think I'm a farthead? And then it cuts to the kids going, yes.
You think I'm a fart head?
Yeah.
Apparently, Heezy. Oh no, I thought Heezy.
This is the first one. This is one of the few Friday 13th movies that actually takes place in Friday 13th because the cop says Happy Friday the 13th, which is what says my show.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, this one, the original takes place in Friday 13th. I guess you can say part 2 probably does.
Mm-hmm.
As well. You can't say about part 3 and 4 because they take place days after. So part 5, who knows? Yeah. All of them take place in Friday 13th. So it's kind of a cheat. But yeah, it's cool.
Delbert actually had a question. Speaking of Carrie, how would you rank them? Like the Carrie?
For the original, and then everything else sucks.
Right. Pretty much.
I'm actually a fan of The Rage. I actually like The Rage.
Okay, I've never seen it, so I can't say.
Or like, I love the original Carrie, but
I'm talking about
the original is the best. I mean,
I think the remake was all right, but
it was. I like Chloe Moretz, but to me, she did not seem like Carrie. She just seemed like a pretty girl who was trying to act like pretty.
I feel like Chloe Moretz wasn't really the right choice.
Yeah,
she was.
She was miscast.
No, I don't. I think that's why Sissy Spacek worked so well in the original.
Yeah, she looked like her.
I would honestly, how I would rank them. I haven't seen that TV special, the TV one.
No, I haven't either.
I would rank them as mine would go favorite is 1, the original. Mm-hmm. 2 would be The Rage, and then the remake would be 3rd for me.
Right.
Honestly, I hated. I never cared for the TV remake that was in 2002.
Yeah.
With what's her name, Angela Bettis from Maggie and Toolbox Murders.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I had to rank mine, I'd probably say the original, then maybe, and then The Rage Carrie 2, and then the TV remake.
Your girl Catherine Isabel's in that TV remake. She plays one of the mean girls.
Yeah, she's one of the only few good things in the movie, to be honest.
Uh-huh.
But if I had to say, it would be the original, the remake, then The Rage, and then the TV remake.
Yeah. But yeah, this one, like you mentioned, like everyone. I mean, you might as well say.
Surprisingly enough, this film made less money than the 5th movie.
One of the reasons why people I ordered like part 5, even though it's called Jason Lives and people knew he was coming back. What happened was what? Whoops!
What the hell happened?
I clicked the wrong one. I clicked the wrong one. Hold on. But it's like the. Hold on. Shit. It's like what happened was people at the time hated Part 5 that much where they didn't go opening weekend to Part 6. Yeah. It opened less, but it had somewhat good word amount, but it wasn't quite enough to make as much as Part 5. But it still made money. I mean, it made $19.7 million in a $3 million budget. It's still pretty good, and it got better reviews too. Most of them at the time. So, and it's fan favorite now. So it's like people look at it as a success.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think this is. Oh, you know what's funny? At the ending, when you think Tommy Jarvis might be dead, like by being drowned by Jason, that same little girl, Nancy, she tells Megan like, "Is he killed? Who talks like that? Killed?"
Yeah.
Maybe she should have gone to that. Maybe she should have gone to that camp in number 5.
Yeah, she should have. And she's seen scary monsters and out her window and stuff like that. You know, what's going on with her? But yeah, part 6 was good. Yeah, it's one
Yeah, it
of the best
was.
ones. Yeah,
Definitely is.
Yep.
yeah. So, well, even though Jason came back, just like as Cooper said, it took 2 years for a sequel because at this time they were trying to make Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah, they were.
Love
They
story, but
yeah, but they couldn't come to an
Paramount
agreement.
owned Paramount owned Friday 13th, New Line owned Elm Street. They couldn't agree. Studios don't tend to agree with what happens. So they had to settle but they thought let's have Jason fight somebody though. So they thought, hey, what about someone like Carrie?
Yeah.
And that's how we got
Yep.
in a way, Jason was Carrie. Friday 13th Part 7, The New Blood.
I will
that
say this is the movie that I probably saw the most out of all the Friday the 13th films when I used to watch them. This is the one that I saw the most, whether it was on TV or what.
Yeah.
Delbert Grady.
This is one of the ones I've seen the most as well.
Part 7, this is definitely up there for me too, for the ones I've seen.
This one, Freddy vs. Jason, and Jason X.
No, ironically enough, there are a lot of people who hate this film.
Yeah.
I don't get one.
I think I'm gonna be the most negative.
I wouldn't say I hate the film.
I'm gonna be the most negative out of the three here. This one.
I find this one kind of under.
I don't hate it.
Okay, I said earlier this was the first one I ever saw, so I have that special thing with it. Like, yeah, it was the first one, so it was cool. This is the debut of Keen Hodder as Jason.
Yep.
Not only is he great as Jason in this one, but his look is
great. His look is fantastic. It's like my favorite look of him.
Yeah, mine too. Yeah, the he's been deteriorating under the lake for 10 years, and like his spine is showing. And all that stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. Thomas got to get choked by Jason, by Keen Hodder, and he lived. Tell about it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. And yeah, of course, the whole telekinesis thing, especially at the end, was really cool. But
yeah, I mean, you know what? It's the new blood, something new.
Yeah. It tried something new, but
they kept it fresh.
Yeah, they tried
by giving Jason a foe to go up against.
But other than Tina and Jason, for me, the characters kind of suck, guys. Like,
I will give you that. Like, the characters in this are not as memorable as like Part 6 or
no.
I'd probably even say Part 5 has more memorable characters than this movie.
Yeah.
No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. What's her name? Diana Barrows, who played
Maddie.
I think she was. I liked her. Yeah, there's really not that many. There's really not that many. Yeah. Who's the one that plays that bitch? Who's the one that plays that bitch with the pearls?
Melissa, yeah.
I loved her kill, by the way. She gets the axe thrown. Love that.
And I know sadly she has passed away in real life.
Yeah.
Like, you're just waiting for her, like, in the movie, she's such a bitch. Like, you're waiting for her to finally get it, and she's one of the last people who die. So,
and she played the bitchy character very well, too.
Yeah,
she did. She did do a good job.
But the character didn't make any sense. What the fuck is your problem?
Yeah, it's like she doesn't like Tina. Why? Because she's weird?
Because she likes
because she's talking to Nick. Because she's talking to Nick, right?
She likes Nick, and then Nick is like, Melissa, I don't even like you. Why are you?
It's like you have to have high school drama,
right?
You know,
Honestly, I think even for a Friday 13 movie, I know it's not supposed to be Oscar-winning writing, but even for a Friday 13 movie, I thought it was kind of bad. Honestly,
You know what I find kind of funny about this movie in the very beginning of the movie? Remember how it's the character of Tina Shepard? That's the full name.
Yeah.
Ironically enough, her father in this movie, the character is John Shepard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Ironically enough, John Shepard, the guy who was Tommy Jarvis in Part 5.
In the beginning of the movie, you see her as a little girl, and a lot of people thought it was Heather O'Rourke.
No, it looks like her though.
It looks like her, but it still wasn't her.
But it was Jennifer Banco, who was the little girl in Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw 3.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yakety yak, don't talk back.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, for me, other than Keen Hunter, Jason, Tina, some of the kills, and the makeup effects, other than those things, I think the movie just lacks everything else.
I think this movie has good music, though.
You're talking about the score?
Yeah, the score. I think.
You know what's funny enough? I know we forgot to mention that it was Harry Manfredini. The last Part 6 was the last one to be done by Harry Manfredini.
No, yeah, you're right.
No, he came back for Jason Goes to Hell.
Well, no, he did come back for this one. He was with some other guy named Fred.
Fred Mullen. Ironically enough, here's a little trivia for you, Rob, about Fred Mullen. Fred Mullen also did the music for Survive the Night.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, I think Fred Mullen's musical score in Survive the Night was actually better than the Jason films. Actually,
I really do think this movie would have been better if they actually kept the death scenes uncut. Like all of them. This
was really the film that got fucked over a lot by the MPAA.
The most,
this really got screwed up the most.
Yeah.
Because if you watch, there's actually on the extras disc in the box set, the extras disc, you can actually see VHS copies of the uncut deaths, and you can see the uncut death of Dr. Cruz when he's being disemboweled by the street cutters.
He did because he's a fucking dick throughout the whole movie, and
and
what he does. Oh my god! What he does to Tina's mom, Mr. Shepard, he uses her as a human shield, and Jason Kills you fucking
that was. You know the original working title for this movie was called Birthday Bash.
Birthday Bash, yeah.
Yes, that's actually on the trivia for I believe Part 6.
Yeah.
I
think I have a different title for this movie though.
Ironically enough, you mentioned about the alternate title being Birthday Bash. Apparently, from what I heard, I think they mentioned this in Crystal Lake Memories, how another title was going to be Fry Gay, like gay.
No, but fans call it that, Fry Gay.
Yeah, I remember that though
because the majority of the male actors are gay.
Yeah.
Majority, all the guys that die. Practically.
And ironically enough, if you think about it, one of the other teenagers, the character of Robin, Elizabeth Caton, she was Eric Freeman's girlfriend in Silent Night, Deadly Night 2.
Yeah, that's what I recognize her from.
It's what, when you go back to when you were saying a lot of things were cut with the death scenes, you couldn't be more right about that, because almost every character had an extended death scene that was just more gory than hell. Like they had to avoid an X rating, so they had to cut a lot of that stuff. Like Melissa, cleaving her head in half with an axe.
Yeah,
and her eyes were wiggling out of her sockets. Now, how cool would that have been?
That would have been great. And on top of that too, it would have been great because John Carr-Beekler, who's a great makeup guy, directed this.
It doesn't make any sense, though. It doesn't make any sense when you can go from Part 3 to have Rick's eyes or hit Rick's eyeball shoot out of its socket, and you can't have that. Come on.
This is like we said before. This is really when the MPAA. Well, they really started going to town on Part 5, but this is really went to town on.
Yeah, they really cut shit out of here.
Yeah. It's like John Carr-Beekler said. He couldn't. He was unsatisfied with how they made him cut every death pretty much.
And sadly, John Carr-Beekler is no longer with us anymore.
Yeah, he passed away last year.
I think he passed away a couple years ago.
It was last year.
Was it last year?
Last year, yeah.
I could have swore he passed away like 2018.
Not that long ago. Yeah, but like the only one that benefited off being censored was the this is one of the best death scenes in the whole franchise was the the sleeping bag kill.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because originally he was supposed to slam the girl like 7 times or 10 times.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
he's like, only have to do it once. Like, and that's the only one that makes it work.
Yeah.
And that's what
that's like the most iconic kill. I mean,
to me, I think that kill is why Kane Hodder, why they asked him back.
Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, because they also saw how he was very passionate about playing the character. He does take it seriously. Like in point, like he kind of like, okay, like I gotta make it everything as best as possible.
Mm-hmm.
He does it that way. Of course, we know his style. Like he likes to do the breathing thing, likes to turn his head like that. It's great. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kane Hodder does especially in in the scene in Part 8 when he's in Times Square. Like you hear him breathing and turning the head. Like he does so great at that. Yeah. And I can definitely see why people are like this is their favorite Jason of all time. I can definitely see why. Yeah, and I know that too.
Despite the quality of the movies, I think he did great in all 4 of the ones he was in. But for me, this one and Jason X, for me personally, are his like best performances of Jason.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all great. Like all his performances are great. Like he always did.
Well, considering he was only in the beginning and end of Goes to Hell, I think he did a phenomenal job there too.
Yeah.
And on top of that,
you really can't credit him the full movie. He wasn't in the full movie.
But all the screen time he does have,
We were talking, and I know Alex was mentioning Part 7 about Jason's design. This is my favorite design of Jason.
I even like the face.
This is my favorite. Yeah.
I think Part 7 is my favorite Jason look.
I didn't know this, but like people actually kind of bash his face in this one.
I think it looks great. It's great makeup too.
It looks really good. Yeah. Honestly, this is my favorite look, Kane Hodder Jason, but my favorite portrayal of Kane Hodder Jason is Part 8. I love him in that movie. I just think he does a great job in that.
Except for the teleportation, of course.
We'll get into that.
You know what? We'll get to that. I have a lot to say about that. I'll probably be the only one defending the movie, but that's fine.
Well, you know what? I like Part 8 too, so you're not alone.
Okay, good.
I don't love it. I like it.
Even though there are flaws, I do like it though.
Oh fuck yes, there are a lot of flaws.
Mm-hmm. But ironically enough, another little funny trivia about the movie: the character of Robin, Elizabeth Caton, her death scene. She talks about this in Crystal Lake Memories, how they had to get a body double for her, and when she gets thrown out the window, like it's a guy in a wig, and like her legs are like more muscular looking, and it's like a pretty bad like red wig that put the guy on. So she tells a funny story about that, which I think is kind of funny.
Because her original death scene was more violent, and they had
exactly. This is why
a lot of them were.
This is why I fucking hate the MPA.
Okay, so you have Ben's death, Eddie's death, Russell's death, Dan's death, Amanda's death, Melissa. All of Dr. Cruz, even they all had extended death scenes that were supposed to be much worse than what they really were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I can definitely see why John Carl Buechler was really unsatisfied with the finished product. I mean, I would be pissed off too.
Exactly.
This is why I went Friday the 13th, the original. Do you really need an uncut version of that? Really, like it's only like a few seconds longer. Like this one needs an uncut.
Yeah, this one needs a facelift. It really does.
I think they mentioned in the Crystal Lake Memories documentary that footage is lost.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Because you can't find any of that anyway on YouTube or anything.
Nah, the only way you find the extended death of Dr. Cruz is on the extras box set on this DVD set, and it's like VHS quality.
Look, here's the thing: they showed a little bit of the footage, like the rough footage of
Mhm.
the documentary. But,
Yeah.
but like the actual footage they need to like edit and complete and everything is gone. Why did they destroy it though? It's like they said it was destroyed. Like, why did you destroy this footage?
They must have thought it was. They must have thought it was not going to be worth a damn if they had to cut it on the.
But
It
it's
has.
part 7 of the franchise. It's already popular. Why would you think? Again, here's another problem. Like one of the producers of the movie, like really butted heads with John Carr-Buechler. Like the ending was a mess. They tried to do something with the ending, but like they didn't agree. Like the whole ending with the Tina's father comes and takes Jason. He was actually supposed to be like a corpse.
Mm-hmm.
Which made more sense. And this one is like, oh, it's just a little dirty. Like, why is his body still under the water? Did not take him out? What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What's going on in Crystal Lake's police department, man? Did not do any actual investigation?
And on top of that too, like John Carr-Buechler, I probably say this is probably the best film he's directed because like his other directing credits aren't really that great.
He does it all, dude. He's an actor. He's a makeup artist. He's director. He does it all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he did Troll if I'm not mistaken.
The first Troll.
Yeah.
Okay. I know he worked with Carter. Like
He did.
a few years before. He worked with King Hunter a few years before on a movie.
Yes, he did. He did. He did do it.
And that he fought for that's another thing. I said this the day John Carr-Buechler died. I didn't just say rest in peace. I said this is the guy that gave us King Hunter's Jason. He fought for King Hunter to get the role. So like he's the reason why we got King Hunter.
If it weren't for John Carr-Buechler, we probably wouldn't have Kane Hunter.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself, Ronnie. You.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. When we on the next stream when we do the New Line Cinema, I'll make sure to mention that in Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah.
That's spoiler alert. On my end, that's gonna be a rant.
Oh, Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah.
I have a few things to say about that too, as far as rant goes.
Yeah.
And I don't have much I would say I had good memories watching this one because it was, again, like I said, it was the first one. I liked it a lot more at the time. But because that was
I still think it holds up as a classic Friday the 13th film. I still think it holds up. It's just I think it's maybe moved a little bit down the list for me.
This is one of the lower ends of the franchise.
Yeah, I don't know how far down the list, but
Are we ranking all the films at the end?
No, not for this stream. Not for this
stream. Okay.
I think we did them all. Yeah.
I would say it's kind of like in the middle for me, just because a lot of the cut death scenes, the characters, like the cast is not as strong as the other films. I feel like Part 5 had a better cast. Part 4, Part 6, Part 3, Part 2, Part 1. Pretty much anything else before this had better casts. But I like the character. I like Laura Park Lincoln as Tina. I think she's a pretty good female final girl. I like Laura Park Lincoln.
I don't think she's one of the best though. A lot of people, you know what though? You say people hate this movie. There's a lot of fans also that this is one of their favorites too. Like I heard that a lot.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think because they like the whole telekinesis aspect to it. They like,
Ironically enough, I think before he did
that fight at the end. It's that fight. I think that's what it's people's favorites because that fight at the end.
Funny enough, the guy that plays what's his name? The guy that plays Nick. What's the actor's name? The guy that plays Nick.
Kevin Spiritus or something like that.
Kevin Spiritus. Yeah, he was in a really piece of shit horror film a few years before this. Remember what it was?
What was it?
Dog Flashback.
In the Hills of Ice Part 2.
Yep.
Fucking that movie.
That's all you gotta say.
Oh man.
Dog Flashback. That's all you gotta say about Hills of Ice 2. I keep forgetting he's in that.
Oh god.
He wasn't that, yeah.
He is.
God.
That was
Fuck that movie. Man.
Man, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't have much else to say about
Nah, me neither.
Yeah. I mean, I give this movie, I still give this movie a thumbs up, but you know,
I like it, yeah, but I don't love it as much as like the other ones. Like some
I
of
know
the
it's impossible, but hey, release the uncut version.
Yeah, please.
Release the Beaker cut.
yes.
Not our Beekler
We
cut.
need to listen to the fans now.
If we can
Get this out there. Yep.
We can get Zack Snyder's cut of Justice League. I'm sure we can get John Carbiegler's cut of.
But like you said, like the footage was destroyed and all that. It's like that sucks. I mean, imagine
that sucks.
Imagine this Zack Snyder destroyed all this footage. Like you would never get a Zack Snyder cut ever again. Ever.
You know whose fault it is for Friday the 13th Part 7's footage being lost and destroyed? You know whose fault it is?
Well, it's there's
Ryan Johnson.
Yeah, Ryan Johnson. Fuck you, Ryan Johnson.
He wasn't even directing that. He was probably a film school. No, it was Paramount and the MPAA.
Yeah, and Ryan Johnson.
And Brian, for some reason. Yeah, he was there.
And Warner Brothers.
He got the footage, and then he burned it. He melted it up and it made it into blue tea milk.
How did it burn? How did it burn? How did it burn? I don't know. How did it burn?
He's laughing. He's laughing to this day. Yeah. That Ryan Johnson. But yeah, this movie went on to make $19.4 million.
So around the same money as Part 6.
The budget was 2.8. So again, around the same as Part 6. Not much of a difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, enough of a success.
Still made a profit.
Still made a profit, and
I just love that poster too. I love that poster.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My tabs are going out of control here. Yeah, and then again, a year later passed. We got Friday 13 Part 8. Jason Takes Manhattan.
I love this cover too.
Yeah, I know you guys not gonna agree. Yeah, the cover's cool. The concept is great.
Yeah.
But I don't.
But it's false advertising. False advertising.
I know you guys.
Look, I'm gonna get this out of the way. I don't understand the argument. No, I don't understand the argument that people have saying that Jason is hardly not in New York when it says he takes Manhattan. It doesn't mean that he has to be there in the beginning of the film. I think there's some good buildup to when he does enter the city.
Right.
Now the stupid thing is, how the fuck does he get from Crystal Lake to New York?
I know, yeah.
I don't understand.
I never knew Crystal Lake goes into the ocean. I never knew that.
Why would he leave Crystal Lake?
The what? What?
Why would he leave Crystal Lake in the first place?
Apparently, yeah, I don't know. It's like he has some connection with he has some connection with the main character, Rennie. Somehow, it seems like, because that whole story about when she was younger. Huh?
It makes no sense, though. She had a...
It doesn't,
but like,
it doesn't, but that's the way they're telling it, is that she saw a boy when she was in the water, and she sees him all these times.
That was on her head, though.
Exactly, but I'm saying...
I gotta say this now.
If it's in her head, she still sees Jason when she's an adult. So obviously, something's fucked up with her.
But you know what? I gotta say this now. The ending where she says, she flashes the light in his face and says, "You got me in the late, but you're not gonna get me now." Jason's probably thinking, "I don't really know who the fuck you are."
That's true. Here's the thing.
He says, "You will," and then she throws a toxic waste on his face.
I think he climbed up the ship because that was in his territory, but where?
I know.
I never knew a ship that big could fit in a fucking lake.
He goes after anybody that's in his territory, okay? But that ship had to have been in his territory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone up there. I think...
Here's the question, though. How the fuck did it get to the fucking ocean, dude?
I don't... That's...
What the fuck?
Let's
okay, if you look at the story, okay? No, if you look at the story, these kids graduated from Lakeview High School. Where the fuck is that? That's not anywhere. Is that in Crystal Lake? Where the fuck is it?
I never knew Crystal Lake had that, though.
Maybe it's right next door to Crystal Lake.
Oh, yeah. It's like, damn, dude. Crystal Lake needs it. All it's missing in Crystal Lake is a strip club and damn,
and Hooters.
It's like
the
Hooters at
Hooters.
The franchise has plenty of Hooters. You would think it would end up in a strip club. Imagine that, Jason going to a strip club.
No, but you know what? Going back to that argument, I don't see what people's problem is with the amount of time he's in New York. It's not like Jason wants to go to New York for a vacation.
Here's the thing though, with I don't really have a problem with what Rob's saying, like the build up to New York. I don't have a problem with them building up to him going to New York. I think the biggest problem though with a lot of people, and I think for me personally, is the way they market it.
Yes,
it's really bad marketing because if you see the teaser, and you can find the teaser on YouTube, it's a really cool looking teaser. I will say that because like the teaser shows all the skylines in New York, and has that piano, do 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 do, and you're like attacking.
He's just like standing watching it.
And you see Jason just like standing there looking at all the buildings at night. It looks beautiful. And on top of that too, you have all these like close-up shots of like a peanut vendor guy, a homeless guy, a woman working in the subway. Like none of those fucking people are in the movie. But granted, like that was probably just for the teaser. But
the way that's marketed, you thinking he's going to New York and he's gonna just kill everybody in sight. Like
honestly, I think that'd be a better movie.
They would have made it. They would have made it like Predator 2. It would have been like Predator 2,
which I would not have a problem with. I would actually find that pretty cool.
But actually, do you guys remember how they marketed this? Though he was on the Arsenio Hall show.
Yeah,
that was a great way to market it too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that was like one of the funniest bits on the Arsenio Hall show.
Yeah, I actually saw that recently, like just to see again.
Yeah, Arsenio Hall is like, I don't know why I'm laughing, man.
Yeah, they got King Hunter to play Jason for that bit. Like he did.
Yeah.
There's one part where he almost cracks up. Like you can tell, like he's trying to hold it in. Like, but he does a good job.
Dude, I'll tell you the reason why I like Kane's portrayal in this better than 7. I felt in 7 he was slow and like he wasn't really aggressive or anything. In this one, he's just fucking aggressive. Like when he tackles that cop and drags him off and then gets that dude, the professor, and holds his legs while he's trying to get free, drowning in it. I'm like, dude, he is a savage. He is a freaking savage in this movie. I don't know what it is. He just I like his performance in this.
Well, in 7, it was his first one, so he's still trying to find his like weight.
Right, but you almost see Jason there. Yeah. You almost see different Jasons. In 7, he's like a corpse, like falling apart. In this one, he's not really like decaying as much. It almost looks like he has a different outfit. It seems like
a bunch of slime on him.
Yeah.
The way he comes back in this one is the dumbest way.
It's just like 6. It's like part 6. He comes back with electricity.
Yeah.
Say that it kind of makes sense out of like 1 in a million chance, but in this one, there's a power line under the Crystal Lake. What?
Yeah, well, there are power. Those actually exist, Alex. Actually, I'm not kidding. Those actually do exist. There are power lines in the water.
But what are the chances in the Crystal Lake, though?
I don't know.
It was never.
Now, going into what I was going to say before, like with the negativity around the film, for me personally, but I do like the film, like Rob does. But it's not really like for the like. I feel like they really marketed this the wrong way, and they really like heavily advertised in New York a lot in the teaser, the posters, and things like this. And from what I remember, the original idea was to have a lot more stuff in New York City. Yeah. Like it would have, Madison Square Garden and this and that, but apparently due to budget constraints, they didn't really have a whole lot of money to work with because of the budget.
No.
Because
that's when they should have just like not done the Manhattan idea and just kind of do something else. Like,
well, it wasn't even really shot in New York. It was shot. The Times Square was the only thing in New York. The other stuff was shot in Vancouver in the alleyway.
Yeah, it was mainly Jason Takes Vancouver, not Manhattan, pretty much.
Jason Goes to Canada.
I really do think but the thing is though, at the same time, like I agree with Rob. I don't have a problem with them building up the fact that he gets to New York, though. But
I do have a problem with that.
I don't disagree with Rob on that. I like the build up going to New York. The problem though is the way it's marketed, like in the posters and all that stuff. It just seems like it's all New York. It's all New York, and they don't really advertise that. They kind of market it as all New York, like the teaser, but it's not like that at all when you watch the film. And I think that's why people were disappointed, because I say like 60% of 60 or 70% of the movie is on the boat.
Right.
And the last like 3% of the movie is technically New York.
Lazarus.
Yeah. I mean, right. And a lot of people wanted him to be in New York throughout the film because exactly what you said, it's marketed that way. It's like he's in New York.
I mean, look at that poster.
Yeah.
He's got like a palm of New York in his hand.
I do have a problem. You guys say you don't have a problem with the build-up and then him being in New York not that much. I actually do have a problem with that. You know why? They don't do much with him in New York. That's the problem.
I think they did enough. I mean,
I don't think they did enough, to be honest.
Honestly, the best part when he's in New York is
They're too good. There's two parts I like.
I mean, let's think about all the people. Look at all the people he killed. He killed the bums in the alley. He killed the cop. He killed a lot of the people that were on the boat that got off the boat.
Right.
I mean, he killed the guy in the sewer, the construction worker or whatever. Right. He killed residents. It's like I think after a while people would catch on and send the army after him, and that would get ridiculous.
Imagine if he actually went when we were using Times Square. Imagine he would just like start just killing everybody in the street. Just like that would have been awesome.
I mean, that would be cool, but at the same time,
it's weird. He doesn't even acknowledge them. He just kind of walks by everybody.
He acknowledges just the two lead characters, though.
Right, yeah. Okay, there's two parts I like when he's in New York. One is when he kicks the boombox.
Oh, that's funny.
That's great. That scene I liked that a lot.
You dead me, slime head.
And he shows him his face, and then like, it's cool, man. It's cool. I like that part. And
I know what you're gonna say.
And he kills that fucking poser, Ken Kersinger.
Yeah.
That's part, man.
Okay,
to me, that part alone is worth watching the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I love Julius, like when he fights Julius.
Julius, yeah.
That part is good. I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Yeah.
I think sadly though, this film though, I feel like this film has a couple more memorable characters than Part 7. Like I like Julius.
Well, no.
Jensen Daggett.
Well, you know what? Probably. I think you know what. Now that I think about it, I'd probably say this film has the weaker cast, other than like Julius. Like I'm talking about like the kid characters, not counting Jason Voorhees or anything. I mean, like counting like the kids. Like other than Julius, like I don't really care about the other characters. I definitely think Tina was. I think Part 7 had more memorable characters like Tina and Dr. Cruz. Well, I mean, like it's like I feel like Nick and Melissa were more memorable than some of the here.
Tina was the better final girl compared.
I don't know. Like I thought, I actually like the characters more here because you had JJ, you had Kelly Hu's character Eva, you had Charles, Dr. Charles or the Professor Charles, sorry, and then you had Wayne who had the video camera all the time. And then Sean, of course, who was Sean and Duke. Sean was better than Nick, in my opinion. I just didn't care for Nick too much.
Would you say this this installment has the weaker kills?
No, not really. Well, there was a couple weak ones, but
there are a few kills I do like. They are good.
A couple.
Smashing the head in the pipe, knocking Julius's head off. The sludge kill was unique. I like the mirror kill where Tamara or whatever her name is.
Because have you seen Keenan Hart talk about that scene? Someone was supposed to break the mirror with her head. It didn't really break properly, and he went up to the mirror and punched him. That was great. That's great. Yeah.
He's like smash, and then yeah.
He said, wow, he went for it. Like, why not? Dude, I go for it. Yeah.
I kind of like Wayne's kill too. That guy got it bad, dude. He got like electrocuted and burned.
Yeah.
Although there are a couple kills that are kind of forgettable, like the guitar kill.
Yeah. Kelly whose death is kind of lame, but also the guy who's on top of the pole and he gets thrown off and then he gets impaled off the boat.
When Jason magically teleports to the crow's nest.
Let's talk about the teleport. I don't see how that's so kind of like out of left field for people, because if you watch the other movies, how the hell does he end up from one place to another? He does teleport. It just shows it here in this movie. It shows it.
But the thing is, I don't think the teleportation is really a problem for me.
It is a problem.
I consider it kind of funny. Like,
how is it a problem? How is it not? How is it a problem here, but not the other film?
Because it's like, okay, the one you mentioned when he throws that guy off the pole, like fucking, he's chasing him, he's climbing really fast, and all of a sudden, boom, Jason catch up to him. Like, really teleported.
To argue against that, there's a scene in Part 7 where he's walking the slowest he's ever walked through the forest, going after with the chainsaw, the chainsaw thing. He's way back here, right? All of a sudden, when he throws her in front of it as a shield, he's right there. He's right there all of a sudden. Like, how did he get there? He was walking? Like,
but to defend it a little bit, like, there was like a little moment where they stop and then they're like, okay, they concentrate on those characters, and all of a sudden he starts showing up. And here it's like, it's just the way it's edited. It's here, like,
but I mean, I still say that teleportation is all throughout the series.
Here it's the worst.
It's probably showed the worst here because of editing, but that's why it's not a problem for me, because if that is an ability of his, then I can look past that.
I can't, because Kelly Who's death. She goes in that dance club. She looks one way, he's there. She turns around, and he's fucking somewhere else. He's like, he literally.
But to argue against that, she was in a place where all the lights are going crazy, and she can't really focus and see too much. Like, if you're on a stage and there's lights, you know what I'm saying? Huh?
It literally looks like there's 4 different Jasons in the same room. You know what I mean?
No, that was the way it was. No, that was from our perspective. That, like, there wasn't really 4 different Jasons. It was just,
they've never done like something like that drastic before in the movies.
Well,
to a point.
I'd say it's just the editing, but that's why I don't have a problem with that technique, is because it's in the other films. It's just not edited that way. So
that's why. I mean, that's why I mentioned that. That's what another example is when, like, the uncle, he's running away from Jason. He keeps looking back. He's running and goes into that building. All of a sudden,
and then he's upstairs. Yeah,
he's going out, and Jason's in that building. How did he get? What? That makes no sense, man. I can't get back. I'm sorry.
That was going crazy.
I can't get past that, man. It's just like, yeah. Killers. That's the joke about slashers. Sometimes they look like they're teleporting. They're walking. The girl's running so fast. They end up catching them. But it's like, in here, it's like, it's ridiculous.
I mean, they added that feature in the game, the Friday 13th game. That's a feature. That's
it's canon, you know.
Right.
but it's like,
Yeah, it
And
don't bother me. I like honestly like
something
this
act-
movie. This movie for me, the main thing that I have a gripe with is the story of the main character and the relationship with Jason. Like I don't understand the ending. I never have understood it. It still doesn't make sense to me.
Doesn't make any
Why
sense.
does Jason have hair as a little boy?
And I'll
Why
tell you
is he a little boy?
why,
Where'd he go?
why did he turn back to a normal looking boy?
Where did he go when he was in the suit? Where'd he go?
I don't know. That makes sense.
Exactly.
There's one point where he attacks her in the mirror when he's a little boy, and he looks like he looks Asian. People have pointed that out.
And I know we'll get to this, but this is why none of the movies after this have any continuity because he's still in fucking New York. He would still be in New York.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, do you mean Vancouver though? Right.
But I mean plot wise. Jason Goes to Hell, you know, we'll get to that, but I'm just saying there's no continuity of those movies pretty much stand on their own because it wouldn't make sense. How the hell did he get from back to New York, from New York back to Crystal Lake? There's no possible way now.
The only way he could have possibly gone back if he
Teleport.
I wasn't gonna say that. I was gonna, he actually went offshore and it just he swam back or whatever.
He swam back. He's Michael Phelps. He's Michael Phelps. Like
yeah, he just swam back. You know.
Oh my god!
They got away and time to go back to Crystal Lake. My vacation's over. You know. But yeah,
yeah, but my overall thoughts of the film, though, for me personally, like I think it does have some flaws, but the teleportation thing is kind of a funny flaw. I can't really say it's a flaw that bothered me. I kind of find it funny, so I think it kind of adds to the fun. But like the main problem, I think the main problems for me, you know, the marketing was really poorly executed. Like I do have a problem with the marketing, but at the same time, I don't have a problem though with the build up going to New York. But I think they could have marketed it a little bit differently though. But
I do like the music in this. The Dark Side of the Night, which was performed by Metropolis. I do like that song.
And Fred Mullen did come back to do the score for this one too.
Yep.
And other problems I really have, like, you know, some of the characters, like, you know, some of them are kind of forgettable to me, but at the same time, I'm not really the biggest fan of Jensen Daggett. I think she is the weakest of the girls for like the final girls of the franchise. Yeah. In my opinion, I think she is the weakest. I definitely prefer, you know, Amy Steele, Dana Kimmel, Adrian King.
I like her. I agree. She is the weakest. Like she doesn't really do.
No, I think though I can't really blame Jensen Daggett. I just think the script wise, she really wasn't given a whole lot to do with the script.
She went on to do Home Improvement episodes with Tim Allen,
and I think she went on to do Project Alpha as well.
I think she's just blank. She's blank.
And she was also in Major League 3, Back to the Minors.
No
I kind of had a crush on her when I first saw the movie.
What I kind of find funny about this, when I was a kid, when I first saw the title Jason Takes Manhattan, because this was around the time I was scrolling through like a lot of those like horror channels on cable, like seeing like what would be on. I never watched like them, but I remember seeing Part 8 Jason Takes Manhattan, and I remember seeing Jensen Daggett's name in the cast listing, and I remember it was kind of funny as a kid because I was always used to seeing the Muppets in Manhattan. So when I saw Jensen Daggett, I thought of Jim Henson, which I thought was I kind of like made that funny connection as a kid.
By the way, the Muppets took my hand in more than Jason did.
That's a weird name for a girl, though. I mean, it really is.
Yeah. But positives though I can give it though. The positives I do like the film overall. I really like the character of Julius. I think his death scene is one of the best deaths of the franchise. It's definitely the best death of the film.
I got another problem. I gotta mention this. I got another problem. This is the worst. This is the worst Jason look, face wise.
Yeah, I didn't care for the Jason look, but I love the. But
you mean when he takes his mask off? You mean?
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, it's not as good.
It's not a good design. No, I think John Carr-Beekler definitely has a better design.
Step down from part 7.
Okay,
yeah, really.
Do you guys know who was actually in the works for Rennie?
Who?
No.
Before Jensen, Elizabeth Berkley.
That would have been better. That would have been better.
Elizabeth Berkley and Pamela Anderson.
Wow.
And Lisa Wilcox.
Yeah, wow.
Lisa Wilcox.
She was offered the role and she turned it down.
Because she was busy with Elm Street 5. Yeah.
Honestly, this movie's better than Elm Street 5.
It is. Okay, that's another one.
Can you imagine in Friday 13th Parts? Can you imagine in part 8 when you have Elizabeth Berkley, here comes Jason, she's, oh my god!
She's trying to dance. She's trying to dance. She's trying to dance. There's one thing I will give this movie, even though I don't like it. Thomas is dying.
There's Pamela Anderson, and then Pamela Anderson be like, come and get me, Jason. Come and get me, Jason.
Jason, I got this. That's what part 8 should have been. Jason takes Baywatch.
Oh my god, she'd be in a bikini probably half the time.
Oh fuck!
Would have defeated Jason with years.
Oh man!
When she defeats Jason, she's like, "I'm so excited! I'm so excited!" Oh man!
Okay, the other thing I would say this about the movie. Like, on the bright side, I wouldn't watch this over like some of the other like bad horror sequels.
Thomas has had some laughing gas.
Yeah. He's got the Arthur Fleck disease.
You're
God's sake!
He's Steve Martin from Little Shop of Horrors.
Nah. Thomas, do you have a condition? You have a laughter condition?
Oh man!
Imagine Lisa Wilcox.
Right.
Wow. No, she might have been tougher. She might have been a tougher female lead.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but okay. Here's the thing, though. Yeah, even though I don't like this movie, I would much rather watch than Halloween 5, Elm Street 5.
Oh hell yeah!
Halloween,
that's a brainer.
Halloween 6.
Yeah, definitely.
Imagine him. Elizabeth Berkley is like probably way taller than Kane Hodder. Can you imagine her top? Being so tall over Jason? Yeah. Oh my god!
I can see that.
She'd be looking down at him like, "Come on,
Oh god!
Come on, Jason, come on!" Oh man! Oh no! Oh man!
So yeah, this movie sucks. I don't like it.
Most people would probably agree with you.
Yeah. But yeah, this is like the first one where like, actually, this is the start of like where fans really start just hating them over and over again.
I think this was the least grossing.
Well, look at it this way. This is the 8th movie.
fans haven't been satisfied since.
I mean, it's the 8th movie. There's got to be some credit given to the fact that it is the 8th movie, and it's like, I just don't expect a franchise going on that long where sequels are going to be as good as its predecessors. But I mean, I don't know.
When it comes to the end film, it's tough.
I wouldn't say this franchise is like a downhill spiral, because I like Part 5, and I actually probably prefer Part 5 over, I don't know, Part 7. So
Me too, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Like I don't think it's like downhill. Like when they say downhill from here, it's like I don't think that's really the case with that franchise.
That's more Nightmare on Elm Street. That's more Halloween.
Well, like you said, Paranormal Activity. It's like, oh my god, like,
or like Saw.
After the first one, Saw exactly.
Perfect example.
After Saw 3, it was like
to me, I would say like this. It did start going downhill, but it gets better after. And,
yeah.
Because like
that's another franchise. That's a franchise we should do too. Saw.
Hell no.
We can ran on it.
Here's my franchise retrospect of Saw. First one sucks. Second one sucks more. Third one sucks more. Fourth one sucks more. Fifth one sucks more. Sixth one sucks more. 7 sucks more. 8 sucks more. They all suck. I don't like them any of them, okay?
I don't mind the first 3. I don't mind them. I wouldn't watch them.
I'm not a fan of that franchise, man.
I like the first Saw. The other sequels I didn't really care for, though.
To me,
the fact that they killed fucking Jigsaw or John off.
Yeah. To me, it was just you guys talking about the ones you like and whatever. Me, I'll just like, it sucks. Move on from me.
I like the first one a lot. Yeah. I don't know.
No.
If you said Saul was going to be wiped off the face of the earth, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
I'd be like, good. I can live with that. Yeah.
Honestly, I would watch Showgirls 2 before I watch any of them.
So overall, you guys liked it, and I didn't. This is the only this one we kind of disagree on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. I do.
Even though it does have flaws, I still like it.
Yeah.
Okay, but I know this is for next time. But like when we get to Jason Goes to Hell, man, I told this people for years, I will die on the hill to defend Jason Goes to Hell because I'm like one of the biggest defenders of that movie.
No, you're not. I am too.
I like it.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm up there with you. I'm up there with you, Alex. I totally love Jason Goes to Hell.
Who made the fake video? Okay.
I rewatched the film before. Remember how I was saying I was telling Alex I rewatched all these films before the stream, and I actually just started rewatching the New Line Cinema films, and I watched Part 9 the other day actually.
Mm-hmm.
And
when they were talking,
I loved it. I actually really liked it. Yeah.
When they were talking about it on the Slash Brothers, like when they were talking about Jason Goes to Hell, and there were people bash. I actually defended the movie. I'm like, this movie. What's wrong with people?
Yeah, people still bash it to this day.
Well, like, okay, Jason isn't in it that much. Okay, so
yeah.
So what?
To me, even fans who don't like Jason Goes to Hell and Part 8, they always say, "Oh, 8's better because Jason's in it more." I'm like,
that's a dumb excuse.
That makes me so mad because, like, I'll get into it when we get into Jason Goes to Hell.
I'm a defender of Jason Goes to Hell as well. I actually do. I liked it even more than I did before.
And you know how much I love Jason Goes to Hell? It's one of I would put that in my top 5.
You would?
Yeah, I would.
I would. It would be my top 10, but I don't know where I'd put it.
Top 5, no. Top 10, definitely.
I've done a lot of shit for saying that too.
Well,
man.
I mean, but see, there's so many other great ones. Like
I know there is. I mean,
I just love this franchise. Like honestly, I like all of them. I
feel Jason Goes to Hell gets the most hate, and I feel it's undeserved.
Well, okay, it's between these movies. Friday 13th Part 8 Jason X and Jason Goes to Hell are the three at the bottom tier. It's always been those three at the bottom tier. Yeah.
And I feel Jason Goes to Hell is the best one out of the three.
Out of those, yes, I agree. I would agree.
I probably say, I'd probably say Jason X. I'd probably say Jason X is my favorite.
This way, Jason X Manhattan. That's what I think. I can't.
Jason X is fun, and Jason X, you shouldn't take it seriously. It's fun. It's stupid. It's very stupid.
You shouldn't take any of these seriously, to be honest.
No, but I mean, Jason X for sure. You cannot. I mean, fucking Jason in space. Come on. You know.
Exactly.
All right. Well, final thoughts on the Paramount era.
I love them.
I like them all. Even though Part 8 does have its flaws, I do like all of them.
I love the first. I love the first 6 films. 7's okay. 8. That's fine.
I'd probably say my top 3.
Pretty good franchise.
I say like my top 3 of the franchise are Part 4, Part 6, and Part 3.
I just feel it.
I would say mine goes 3, then 4, then 6.
Mm-hmm.
I would say.
On the Paramount era?
Yeah, yes. We're going for the top 3. Like one.
If I do top 3, it'd be 3, 4, then 6.
Mine will be 4, 6, and 3.
Would be 3, 1, and 6.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, as much as you like Part 4, I'm surprised.
No. I like it, dude. I like most. I love most of them.
Look at his name. He's a dead fuck.
Teddy, I told you to. I don't like that name.
Well,
you would have got that twin girl if you weren't such a dead fuck.
I did. He had nothing.
You kept making love to the teddy bear. You kept holding a teddy bear. That's why she didn't like you.
The other twin girl didn't even give him a kiss.
But at least I wasn't a dead fuck like you, Jimbo.
I think Ted. Honestly, I think Ted, after doing one twin, he could have done the other twin.
Okay. Last
That's
American Just saying. Look, Crispin Glover always got the girl.
You big dildo.
Yeah. Back to the Future. Yeah, Crispin Glover always got the girl.
Crispin Glover got a lot of roles. Charlie's Angels.
Yeah. Willard. Yeah.
Willard. Hell, I love. He was in one of my favorite kids films, Like Mike.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right.
He was the orphanage guy.
Yeah.
He was in that true story about the Donner Party. He was in that.
He was also in. What else was he in? Crispin Glover.
God, he needs to come back.
Wow, Crispin Glover was also an epic movie.
I feel so bad for him after what happened in Back to the Future 2.
Yeah.
Like, I feel so bad for him.
Glover, yeah.
How they tried to fucking cover that up by putting someone else in his place and saying it with him, but it really wasn't him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was him when I first saw Back to the Future Part 2. Like,
everyone thought it was him.
I found like, what? Yeah, I was thought it was weird that he was barely in the movie. It's like, what the fuck?
No. What the fuck?
But yeah. But that was.
I scared my dog. What?
Our thoughts on the Paramount era of Friday 13th. Mm-hmm.
Really, really good.
All right. Yeah.
That was great.
That was
thank you, everybody who watched. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everybody who watched and commented.
Yep.
Delbert, Grady, Heezy, my coworker Robert,
Delbert,
of course, here, 434,
Dan, the fourth movie, Mr. Dan.
Even Heezy.
It was more a cameo, you know, imagine.
Yeah, he had a cameo. Yeah.
Yeah. Off-screen cameo.
Dude, we're gonna have to do. Hey, what do you think about the Karate Kid series? Dan would love to do that.
Oh yeah,
Maybe we should.
finish the new line for F13 movies. We're going Karate Kid next. That's the plan.
Yeah, definitely.
Dan knows a lot about that series, so he'd be perfect for it.
That's gonna be next one. All these Jason movies.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I've been watching them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, all right. Thanks to everybody who watched and commented. And remember, don't skinny dip, especially at night. Yeah. You should.
Yeah, and don't give chocolate to anybody.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Especially until you leave you alone. Leave them alone, you know.
Yeah, leave people alone with axes.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't give people in halfway houses an axe, please.
And don't set plates for dead people. I said I'm sorry.
And don't sing in outhouses either.
I don't think Joey and Vic are gonna join us this morning or any other morning.
Don't set plates for a dead person.
Also, another piece of advice: don't eat enchiladas either.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really do mess you up. I'm not lying.
Also, for God's sakes, if you go to the bathroom, wipe.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Nasty asses.
Wash your hands. Wash your butt too.
No wonder we have Corona. People didn't wipe.
Well, Harold sure did. Harold had Corona.
Nasty fuck. All right, with that, we are out of here.
All right.